speak if your question needs clarification. If you intend to apply for any funds in 2022, your attendance is mandatory for the duration of this presentation today. That is between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. So if you leave early, we'll know. But welcome, and just give it another minute or so. I think we'll have a queue in terms of the number of participants in here. I think we're supposed to have in the vicinity of 90 at this point. It is 9:03. I think it's safe to say we can begin. Yes. Well, welcome everyone. And if you did not hear the the meeting guidelines or etiquette tips for this room, I'll just review it one more time. We will be recording this presentation. The audio, your audio has been muted by our meeting host. And please open your chat box, and all questions must be written and submitted in this chat box. Our team will answer your questions during the parking lot sessions, and we will invite you to speak if your question requires clarification. If you intend to apply for funds in 2022, your attendance is mandatory for the duration of this meeting. Thank you. Well, welcome to the 2022 Small Cities Application Workshop. We have a lot in store for you today. Before doing so, I would love to introduce to you our esteemed Commissioner of the Department of Housing, Sailor Moscara Bruno. She has taken us under her wings for the past few years and has done a remarkable job in transforming the Department of Housing into one that we can all be proud of today. The Commissioner will share with you her ideas, of course, for small cities and development as over the last few years. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce her to you. If you have not met her already, well, look out, here she comes. Sailor Moscara Bruno.
Thank you, Dominic. You have a second career as a facilitator, entertainer, MC. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you to welcome you to the 2022 CDBG workshop. Thank you to our partners, especially our partners from HUD that are here, Suzanne and Alana. We couldn't do this job without your support. And to the staff, Miguel and his team, and Dominic, Lilia, and Jerome have been working really hard to make this a useful workshop. For those that know me, I really don't like just to go to workshops, I like to go to workshops that I want to learn, that I want to get some tangible results from those workshops. Time is valuable. I know everybody's busy, and I hope that probably the next workshop will be live, because I really miss people. I'm just sick and tired of this Zoom. So I know that Dominic has a great agenda for you guys today. We have continued trying to streamline processes, making this program more efficient. All our programs at the Department of Housing trying to be more efficient. Staff really is digging in and making sure that we can provide the technical assistance that you require so you can have a successful application as well as successful completion and in compliance, which is very important for us. So with that, I'm not gonna take more of your time. I know you're anxious to see what is the agenda that Dominic is telling us that is going to be so excited. But before I leave, I'm going to leave you with a quote from Gandhi. Live as if you were to die tomorrow, and learn as if you were to live forever. So my friends, I leave you with Dominic and the rest of the crew, and I'll probably stop by and visit later. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for that. It was really very nice. So As promised, we have a packed agenda for everyone today. So stay seated. I hope you have gallons of coffee if you're a coffee person. And if you're not, whatever is going to, maybe it's tea, but certainly make sure you have whatever that is to keep you going, because there's a lot to get through today. So first things first, of course, we did the welcome. There'll be an address by our HUD regional office. Then there'll be a program overview of the Public Housing Modernization SSHP portfolio projects that are anticipated this year. We will have a segment on national objectives and eligible activities, followed closely by citizen participation, application requirements next, with the NEPA and SEPA engagements that are necessary with your applications. Then we'll have the first parking lot, which would explore some of the questions that you may have submitted during the chat box as mentioned. Then we will enter into our first partnership session, partnership/technical assistance, where we'll hear from our Department of Public Health, Kim Pelosiak, sorry, I butchered her name again. And she's gonna share with us what you need to know about lead and radon. Closely followed by another technical assistance, which is a part of our ATS team, our architects and technical service team, Michelle Helou. She will share with you technical compliance components, what is needed for this year. That will be closely followed by our sister agency, I call it sister agency, our partners in crime, CHFA, the Housing Finance Authority. Chuck Emerson is going to share with you the tech-related feasibility checklist. And in the late morning, you will hear from me again, how to complete the new e-application form. We keep saying new in the hopes that the commissioner is still here, that we will eventually get that web-based application to get you squared away on your processes to get the applications in. That will be followed by our fair housing session. Michael Santoro, most of you in this room today would know Michael, and he will share with you the updates on fair housing. That will be followed by our Green Bank initiative. They've got some new and exciting programs to share with you, and how they can help you get where you need to go with in terms of green energy and processes that are out there to help. That will be followed by Eversource. Eversource will be here. They do have some new initiatives. You'll hear about the new EV charging station and how that can be applicable to your various projects. And finally, we will hear from Sustainable Connecticut. And they have been sharing with you the new opportunities to fundraise, to get more funds in place, get your communities involved, to get that support from your respective communities to get behind your project. So while they have matching funds to help you get there, I think they will share with you some more details on how to do that today. But all these things, these components are definitely necessary if you're considering an application with small cities for 2022 and beyond. So pay close attention. And then we'll have a summary and closing. So without further ado, that's the agenda for today. I'd like to pass the baton over to our leader, director of the department, I should say Housing and Community Development Unit, Miguel Rivera, who has steered us gently and sometimes sternly over the last few years. But I'd like to pass the baton over to him, and he will introduce our first after the commissioner speakers from our regional office. So Miguel, you.
Good morning, and thank you, Dominic. Dominic, you really should try out for the Tonight Show. Definitely have that second career. I'd like to thank everyone for participating in this morning's call. Most importantly, I'd like to acknowledge the partnership that we have with our Hartford field office in their support to bring information and new resources and opportunities as they become available. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Suzanne. Is Suzanne on the call, and Alana? I lost everyone here. So turning it over to Suzanne.
I'm afraid of Dominic, so I was here early. So good morning, and thank you, Commissioner Miguel, Dominic. I personally want to thank and extend our thanks to you and your staff. The past year has continued to present challenges, some large, some small, some that won't go away. But despite all of this, you've all truly continued to perform and be as good a partner as we could ever hope for in our state. So as you work to ensure that all the additional pandemic-related funds are being planned for and spent, we thank you for putting on today's conference, for keeping up with changing rules and regulations, all while administering our regular programs like Small Cities, plus those from newer federal partners. So thank you on behalf of our staff and for the state. We just appreciate your partnership, your accessibility to all of us. We know that we need that to keep everything moving. And to you, our Small Cities grantees, consultants, thank you for joining this important webinar and being on HUD's on-the-ground partner for this important program. I want to give a special thanks to Atlanta Cable and our Hartford staff who have, since the start of the pandemic, like all of you, in addition to their regular work, worked tirelessly to quickly move funding to our entitlement communities, the state, participating home jurisdictions, and COCs. Just yesterday, we announced the new COC awards, and we're pleased to see some increases in funding, in particular related to domestic violence survivors. But our work keeps all of us moving. We all continue to get those very hard calls from people who are still feeling the impacts of 2 years of the pandemic, those who fear the loss of their homes, those diligently searching for elusive rental units, our nonprofit partners struggling to stay afloat, and all of you communities for trying to plan inclusively so that tomorrow and next month and next year, we'll all be better off in a stronger state. We have much to do and learn over the rest of the program. I will end by thanking all of you again for committing to help your communities recover and grow. And I also want to remind you to use our office. Don't be afraid to call, bounce ideas off, discuss challenging situations, help you connect with partners to push us to come up with creative ways to help you. We do consider ourselves your partner, not just your regulator or funder. We live here. We want Connecticut to succeed, use all our funds, and to raise everyone up. So with that, I think I'll turn this over to Alana.
Thank you, Suzanne. Good morning, everyone. It's truly wonderful to be with all of you today, at least virtually, as we begin DOH's FY 2022 Small Cities Application Workshop. And like Suzanne, I'd like to first of all express my appreciation to all of you for all that you have done over the course of the last 2 years to move our funding forward and help those who have been the most vulnerable among us. Many continue with struggles, and we truly appreciate the time and attention you've given them, the time you've taken to learn the flexibilities with our COVID funding, and now it's time to look forward and kick off FY 2022. So as I was preparing for this morning, I looked back and saw that the Department of Housing has been administering HUD's Community Development Block Grant Small Cities program here in Connecticut for 40 years. So you have a long, wonderful track record. You've been a terrific partner to both Suzanne and myself, and we appreciate everything the team at the Department of Housing has done to also move our funding forward. So how does the funding get to the Department of Housing and eventually to those who are successful in applying for these funds? So by formula, every year, HUD, once Congress passes the budget, or every year, HUD will allocate funding by formula to the state of Connecticut for small cities here. So that means Any community that has a population of 50,000 or less is eligible to apply, as the 22 largest cities receive a direct allocation from us. So as you may know, the federal budget was just passed last week. The president just signed the budget. So we don't know yet exactly how much the state of Connecticut is going to receive, but we can use some past years as a hopeful barometer. And as I look back at 2020, the CDBG small cities allocation to DOH was in the neighborhood of $13 million. So we're hopeful we're looking at somewhere in that realm again. Every 5 years, the department prepares a 5-year plan for housing and community development, and that lays out the goals they hope to achieve with our money, all of our money. That would be CDBG Small Cities, the Home Investment Partnerships Program, Emergency Solutions Grant Program, Housing Opportunities with AIDS, the Housing Trust Fund, the Recovery Housing Program. So they really tell us how they hope to impact the lives of low and moderate income people throughout our state over the course of the next 5 years. Then every year they submit an annual action plan to us, and that typically comes in from DOH around mid-May, since their program year starts on July 1st. So our funds, CDBG, are really some of the most flexible federal funds that you'll see. We fund a wide variety of affordable housing, community development, and economic development activities, but they must meet one of 3 national objectives. So for DOH to fund something, it has to meet a national objective, and it has to be for an eligible activity, and it has to tie back to their 5-year con plan. So the 3 national objectives are benefit to low and moderate income people, elimination of slum and blight, or urgent need. For 2022, DOH is now at the application workshop stage, where they're instructing you on how to apply for their funds, on what they will expect of you if you should become successful in receiving those funds. So I encourage everyone to really pay attention today, because you're going to be looking at 2 things if you're successful in receiving funding. One, you'll need to adhere to our CDBG regulations. And 2, the state, like all of our grantees, has the opportunity to layer on additional requirements if they deem it is in the best interest of the program. And they'll have policies and procedures that explain all that. So as you go forward, you want to make sure you're adhering to our regulations and you're adhering to the state's policies and procedures. They too are your partner in this. So if you have any questions, I strongly encourage you to reach out to DOH. So let me just give you a few things that are happening at the national level before we go forward today. Within the Office of Field Management, which is the office that the Hartford CPD team reports to in Washington, we have new leadership at that level. There are 43 community planning and development offices throughout the country, Hartford being one of them. Our acting director is Nadab Bynum. He comes to us from the CPD directorship position in our Philadelphia regional office. He's been in this position before. I think we're all thrilled to have him at the helm, because he's obviously someone that's sat in our seat. So it's very helpful to have someone leading us who has experienced all that we all have, particularly over the course of the last few years. Again, given that the budget was just passed, our grantees don't know exactly yet how much money they will be receiving. We do hope to make that available very soon. So in the meantime, everyone's planning and moving forward in line with allocations they've gotten in the past, allowing some wiggle room should the final number change, so that the flow of funds aren't negatively impacted by the release of the actual grant amount. Here in the Hartford field office, we've brought on 3 new CPD reps over the course of the last 2 years. So we now have myself and a staff of 10 here to assist the department. And at the moment, we are knee deep in FY 2022 risk analysis. So what's risk analysis? Every year, we risk analyze all of our grantees, both formula and competitive. So we risk analyze the state for all of the various programs that they receive from us. Then based upon the results of risk analysis, we work with our headquarters team with Nadab and his office to determine how many grantees we're going to monitor that particular year. And then I come up with a monitoring plan, which I submitted yesterday, and I'll review with them on Friday. So once I have approval from them, we will go forward and begin monitoring. So if the department gets selected, say it got selected for CDBG Small Cities Monitoring, and your particular program or project got selected, how can you best prepare? Well, I think if you look back to, what I said earlier, make sure throughout the process, you're adhering to our regulations and you're adhering to the department's policies, because we're going to want to see what you did, why you did it, and we're going to want to see the documentation for that. So document, 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 follow the direction of the department. Make sure you also adhere to our cross-cutting regulations like lead-based paint, environmental, Davis-Bacon wage rates, Section 3. Those are all regulations that, while they're not CPD specific, they do apply to all of our programs. So the department will guide you in all of this. And again, I strongly encourage you to take advantage of all of the material and the presentations they have available for you, because that's how you're going to best succeed. Reach out to them if you have a question. And if the department's going to be monitored for CDBG Small Cities, we'll let them know ahead of time exactly what grant year we'll be looking at, what particular exhibits we'll be using. So if you hear from them, it's best to self-monitor ahead of time and see if you have all the pieces that you should have, because we all want to have successful monitorings. I always tell my staff, if we had many, many, many findings, there's some disconnect somewhere. We're not doing our jobs as well as we can. But sometimes we'll find there's a theme, where we may have a finding we're finding all across the board, and then we'll do some additional training on that. So I encourage you to fully engage in today. Thank you to the department again for allowing us to speak. And because it's 2 days prior to my national holiday, I would be remiss if I didn't say happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Thank you, Dominic and Miguel.
Thank you so much, Alana and Susan, for that really very informative clip on our field office and how to prepare. Basically, you're getting a big hint. I hope everyone caught that. I hope we all did. So thank you again for those very guided and thoughtful words on preparation. Next up, we will have our esteemed leader work with you through what we have in store for the program overview for this year, 2022, our prioritized activities that we would be looking at. So here we go, Miguel Rivera.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you. And yes, I think we can safely say that as the largest entitlement recipient in the state of Connecticut, we would naturally be monitored for our programs. So we look forward to working in tandem with the field office. Monitoring is not a gotcha, it's a how do we get you there? So that's something that we want to work with you on as we continue to prepare and improve our programs. So the CDBG Small Cities Application Workshop, and I think we're gonna Okay, and I think I can forward the slides. There we go. Thank you. So at this point in time, as we know, the budget has been signed on the federal level. We still do not know our entitlement award. So we are fiscally conservative, and we're approximating about $11 million in funds to be available. That is an approximation, and if we have additional funds awarded to us, we will obviously get those dollars and incorporate it into our funding awards so that we can fund the maximum amount of programs and projects as possible. As you can see here, our application requirements is that we are asking that the applications be submitted no later than 2 p.m. on May 20th, 2022. We will be utilizing our partners at CHAFA, their share file system. We will prepare a site and a folder for each of the applicants who identify in the letter of interest. That was a very good, successful process last year, and we hope that we can continue that. We will be only asking for electronic submissions, which is going to save us quite a bit of paper from previous years. And as you know, we will not accept applications or additional information after May 20th. So we hope that we can answer any questions prior to that date to help you have a successful submission. In regards to the intent to apply, please email your intent to the following email: doh.cdbgapps@ct.gov on or before April. And I can't see it because my screen is blocking that date. I'm hoping everyone can see the date. It does require some basic information, and we do provide you a simple format. You can pretty much just copy this structure, identify your municipality. Obviously, it's the 2022 program year application round. We ask that you provide a small narrative on the project, on the project description. If you can identify some items with regards to the environmental review record, in regards to any on-site testing. These are things that we've noticed consistently in prior projects. Again, you can provide an estimated amount of your application request. Do you plan on utilizing a consultant? The name and address of the consultant, as well as the information with regards to your highest elected official or town administrator, whichever you might have. I'm sorry, there's a lot of pop-ups that keep coming up and blocking my monitor. In conjunction with the Department of Housing and the Connecticut Housing Finance Agency, we encourage municipalities and housing authorities to partner to address the needs of our state housing portfolio. They have a very large need in regards to preservation. With respect to the funding, sorry, I've got to just close out these pop-ups here a little bit so I can see. Okay, and regarding the spending thresholds, given the COVID challenges we've had over the last 2 years, we are providing a blanket program waiver for 2021 grants and 2020 grants, as there have been delays in getting those projects out the door and in the ground in a timely fashion, impacted by COVID, not only with regards to being able to get the project moving in a timely fashion, but material cost increases, as everyone knows, has been a growing factor. In 2019, we're hoping that if you do have a 2019, that you have expended and have a pre-closeout certificate and semi-annual report no later than April 30th, 2022. We are trying to keep our funds available throughout the state. So we ask that no more than 2 open grants are allowed for applicants. This gives us the ability to stretch our dollars throughout, again, the state to be able to maximize the support that we provide. Open and unresolved findings and concerns can and would impact the rating and ranking of your applications, and the grantees will not be awarded if you've had it terminated by cause in the last 5 years, a grant. Program guidelines, just to highlight some. With regards to administrative costs, we are restricting up to 8% of the grant or 33,000, whichever is lower. We do ask that $3,000 is the maximum for application development, and that $3,000 is the maximum for an environmental review development. Program costs are restricted up to 12% of the grant for all activities except public services activities. Draws for non-hard costs can be kept to within a few percentage points of hard costs cumulatively. What we're trying to do there is not try to exhaust administrative and soft costs too early on in the grant, so we have enough insufficient dollars to have you manage that grant throughout the lifespan and to completion. Program income thresholds under the current CDBG program. If you're working on a housing rehabilitation program for homeowners who are low to moderate income, those are a revolving loan fund, and we consider program income regardless of the amount of funds that are returned. If you have no active program income reuse plan, we will be asking you to utilize any program income for your project. It's an ideal way to match local funds and to support, in this case, nonprofits or housing authorities that might be looking to partner with you for the development of a project. And if you do have program income, you can utilize up to 8% of the program income for administrative costs and 12% of those, along with 12% of program costs for the program income. This is a good way to continue your program and utilizing and providing services. We do hope that you try to have no more than $35,000 in program income on hand. We know that that can be a challenge, as we've seen over the last couple of years with the hot real estate market. There's been a lot of repayments to municipalities, and those have added up very quickly. We do allow for loans on rehabilitation activities for homeowner programs. We do allow a loan to value to go up to 100% on the ratio. Again, I'm having pop-ups, I apologize, on my screen. We do require that that the municipality work with a 3-party initial contract agreement with regards to the homeowner, the contractor, and the municipality. That way that it's a clear delineation of responsibilities and funding, and as well as we ask that the municipalities utilize its local services as building inspectors, along with other resources to support the projects and be able to provide on-site and on-hand guidance. I can't read the last part of the slide, but we are providing the presentation, so I apologize. We do ask that you develop a walkaway policy for housing rehabilitations, or in the case as well as any public housing modernization. We do try to maximize these dollars, so we want to make sure that we're able to utilize these in the most feasible and wisest of ways here. So a walkaway policy is that we're looking at we allow up to $35,000 per housing unit as a limit. If it's a multifamily, up to $100,000 per property, if that's 2 or more units. We feel that these limits are very good and have worked very well since we've implemented them to allow for fewer delays with regards to any waiver requests. We do ask, if you are going to exceed these limits, that you do notify us so that we can provide some guidance and hopefully some additional resources. Given the amount of funding resources that we have in the state now, we do ask that you no longer provide funds as a grant for the cost of lead removal, but include that as part of your deferred loan program. There are grants available. The CCMC, Children's Medical Center, is our lead partner on the state level with regards to the lead in healthy homes, and they've been successful in being awarded an over a $5 million lead grant, along with receiving $5 million from the state for healthy home activities. Cash management, ideally, this is a reimbursement method, and we do ask that you set up a project expenditure account dedicated for these federal resources. We do ask that we try to continue a uniform criteria on providing assistance to homeowners. We do recommend a 0% deferred with varying terms or payment upon transfer. With regard, we also would allow for multifamily investors that may be eligible for a low interest loan for up to a fixed year term of 15 years. We do require use restrictions and affordability. And reminders, if you do plan to do a survey, you must get permission from our department. Prior to doing the survey, we do ask that if you are anticipating doing a survey with regards to qualifying your project, that you notify us no later than April 1st. There is a survey methodology in the CDBG grant manual handbook that is on our website. We do ask that an independent surveyor must conduct the survey. And lastly, that the certification be dated no later than April 30th. Some further reminders that requests for payments should not come in without the following information. These are critical pieces of data that we have to collect with regards to both you and us with regards to reporting requirements to the field office and the DC office. So Fair Housing Action Plan and Section 3 plan, if applicable, must be submitted as part of the payment request submission. Ideally, we ask that all payment requests must be submitted, existing payment opening grants. We ask that you submit those no later than April 30th so that we can meet the spending threshold requirements, if applicable to your grant. And budget extensions must demonstrate a need to go beyond the 2-year deadline. It does, right now, as we said, if it is a delay in your project due to COVID or material cost increases, that's a simple communication signed by the local highest elected official or town administrator. And we do ask that you provide your quarterly reports on a timely basis as part of that. In regards to environmental reviews, with regards to the application submissions, we ask that you complete at minimum the exempt and categorically excluded not subject to components. If you are looking to do a housing rehabilitation program for homeowners, we also ask that you complete a broad level tier review. If you're not familiar with these terms, don't worry, we'll help you get there. We actually do have some extensive information with regards to the broad level tiered review. We do have some standardized forms that we can help you with. We've tried to make it a little simpler. I will say that we're actually now working with a HUD approved consultant and a nationally recognized CDBG administrator who is helping us develop a guidebook or a digital manual for the environmental review for users. In the future, we will go more to a digital platform called Heroes. So what about the CEST or the EA? Well, the CEST and the EA will be required if your applications are, if your submissions are approved to move forward. That way we're able to work with you and coordinate those resources. It basically reduces the upfront cost for municipalities to work with, and it reduces the timeline needed to submit an application. Additional information will be available on our website. We are going to be providing an application handbook for this application packet. We do ask that you provide financing plans and budgets. There is an application exhibits checklist that you can utilize. Those exhibits are available on our website as well. And there is cost estimate budget forms. I know that in some cases we are now blending funding. So our form is a standardized document for our needs, but we would ask that you submit any additional budget forms that would be compliant to your other funding sources. In the spring, summer of 2022, we do anticipate running what we call the CDBG 201. I hope it's a 1. I can't see the 2 or the 01, but it's called How to Successfully Manage Your Newly Awarded Grant. It's an opportunity to, again, sit down with peers and staff, run through the process of running a successful applications, a Q&A, TA session. We do anticipate hopefully recording that as well. In the fall, we will be doing another certified grant administrator training. At this time, we anticipate it being virtual, depending on the impact of the COVID pandemic. If things have improved, we will be doing a live session. It is an intense 5 days. We do, I believe, 3 and then 2. 3 days with regards to what we call a boot camp for CDBG. The other 2 are focused on environmental review. At the end, you receive from a nationally recognized organization, CASADA, the Council of State Development Agencies, trained professional, a 2-year award certificate, and this is going to be free. So we really encourage the municipalities, housing authorities, nonprofits to take advantage of this for their own use of the grant, but also to help develop new and upcoming staff that are looking to get into the community and planning development industry. We will provide programmatic bulletins as long with additional information that would be forwarded from HUD resources. And I want to say good luck, and good luck is the result of good planning. So I wish you all the best planning in your application. I think I'm going to turn it over now back to Dominic. Dominic.
Thank you, Miguel. And that bell you heard, or chime you heard on Miguel's phone was me telling him to wrap up. It's hilarious. But anyway, thank you, Miguel, for that overview of our program intended for 2022. Of course, later on, you will hear some more about the blended projects. We will share some more about that with you. But coming up next, we wanted to, I know Alana touched a little bit on the national objectives and eligible activities, but we wanted to have our colleague Lilia Keltika share further what the intricacies are here in meeting national objectives and the eligible activities that are part of our program for 2022. Thank you, Lilia.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just wait to be able to keep my slides moving. If there's a way to keep my slides moving. There we go. National objectives and eligible activities. Welcome to this presentation. Here we go. I think they're advancing. national objectives. The same national objectives remain that have been in place for quite some time. Picking a primary national objective is most important. The national objectives here in this chart divide into 3 categories. Any project that CDBG funds must fall under one of these columns. First column, activities must benefit low to mod persons. To explain the low to moderate distinctions, obviously there are 2 levels, low and moderate. According to the HUD distinctions, low income falls at 50% or below area median income, and moderate income falls between 50 and 80% of AMI. The first column is to help LMI persons. The first focus in column 1 is to help LMI persons within 4 categories. A, area benefit. That means the project takes place in an area where at least 51% of people are LMI. The next, limited clientele, which means the project must help at least 51% as a direct benefit to the LMI persons. Next, housing out obviously is a deeply rooted CDBG central interest. And the last category is jobs, trainings, and opportunities. The next column, preventing or eliminating slum or blight, and that spills into an area basis or a spot basis. Projects that help whole neighborhoods or possibly one blighted building. The final column, urgent need, and that seems to be pretty self-explanatory. It's an interest for CDBG to allow funding for serious emergencies where there is no other plausible funding. Now, after your project is focused on the correct national objective, it needs an eligible activity. This is a long, all-encompassing list, soup to nuts, and in the further slides, I'm going to try to break it down for you, a little bit more explanation. Acquisition and relocation is eligible for CDBG purposes. Demolition of structures and subsequent necessary relocation are popular activities. Rehab of residential and non-residential buildings is eligible. Construction and improvement to public facilities are also eligible for CDBG. Removal of architectural barriers, especially as it affects the elderly and disabled, are an important use of CDBG funds. Energy conservation and any renewable resources, those are also important, and also activities that address any code enforcement. Eligible activities, any activities of planning for community meetings, any small area or neighborhood planning. But one thing to remember, that engineering and the design costs and architectural costs of those specific projects are not eligible. Don't include those. Administrative costs are eligible for CDBG project. Putting on citizen participation events and the costs related to writing of plans and also costs for current staff are also eligible. There are lots of eligible activities here dealing with social service focuses on health, education, and the homeless. This whole listing is eligible for CDBG. However, currently, state of Connecticut does offer a lot of special CDBG CV funding for these needs. I've gone through a long list, and I would like to remind everyone again that this round, a focus is the state-sponsored housing portfolio and also any other public housing modernization project. There is a short list of ineligible activities. No funds can be used on buildings that are a usual place for government business, except ADA improvements of such are an exemption and eligible. no new construction projects, and no politics. And with that, I've come to the end of the presentation, and we will just keep going and going. And the next presentation, I believe, is up is Jerome Nim from our unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilia. Thank you very much for that. And Jerome, if you're ready, we can rock and roll with citizen participation.
Perfect, thank you, Dominic. Jerome Min here. I'm sure I've met most of you, but it's good to see everyone, some people, but basically I'm going to be talking to you about our citizen participation requirement. So basically, there are two parts, two main components of our citizen participation. First one being you have to prepare a citizen participation plan, and you also have to hold so to begin with, the first main component being the citizen participation plan. Each community is required to actually include one in their application. It's basically a threshold item, so DOH takes this very seriously, and I'm going to explain why in the next slide. So basically, purpose of the plan is DOH wants the towns to actually think through how to get their own citizens actively involved in what the town actually applies for. We don't want the town to come up with some particular activity and not include their own citizens in what they actually apply for. So hence why it's so important that the town actually think through this, and we have the four purposes listed there, but it's it's very important that the town actually gets feedback from their own citizens, because we've had instances where an application was put in, and then there was a lot of local pushback on the application, and the reason why that happens is because the town didn't actually go out and get citizen feedback on this. So in order to accomplish the purpose of the plan, you want to make sure that you include all these following bullets in the plan. I know it's a lot, but we want the towns to make it as comprehensive as possible and actually really think through this. Luckily, we actually provide a sample plan in our CDBG grants management manual, which is actually located on our DOH website, which you can easily access. So we did most of the heavy lifting for you. So all you got to use it, or if you decide to use another plan, make sure that it has all these components, because we do actually check this. So it's very important. So the second big component of citizen participation is actually correctly holding the public hearing. And I'm just going to go over the requirements real quick, but essentially each applicant must hold at least 2 public hearings at each stage in the program in order to offer citizens an opportunity to comment on the town's proposed activity and the community's any of the community's community development needs. So make sure that obviously the first public hearing must be held before submission of the application to DOH. And if the applicant is awarded, the town must actually hold a second public hearing no later than 1 year from the date of the fully executed assistance agreement and prior to submission of the pre-closeout certificate. Now I'm going to get more into this a little bit later, but I just want to touch upon it real quick. And lastly, the applicants, we're actually allowing towns to actually hold their public hearings virtually as opposed to in person due to all the COVID issues we're still having. So keep that in mind. So as far as the public hearing goes, make sure to it's make sure that's published at least twice on different days, of course, in the daily newspaper of general circulation in the municipality. And we actually do provide such a list. It's available in our CDBG Grants Management Manual, once again, on our DOH website. Now, keep in mind that a weekly newspaper cannot be used in place of a daily newspaper, but it can be used to supplement it. So just a reminder there. But we do encourage that you advertise on your, you can advertise on your official town website, as well as on social media and on via radio if you can. So we do allow those options. We actually do encourage it. And again, the community must hold at least one public hearing with 2 public hearing notices. So keep that in mind as well. So the first notice for this public hearing must be published at least 14 days prior to the date of the public hearing. And then the second notice must be published no less than 3 days prior to the date of the public hearing. So just keep those days correct in your mind. And as far as the public notice, we actually do provide a sample in, again, once again, in our grants management manual. Please make sure to use that notice. Don't try to tinker with it unless you actually work with your project manager and get their permission to move forward with it. But just keep it simple. Just use the notice that we actually provide to you, and the updated version is actually already loaded in our manual. So you can go ahead and take a look at it if you like. So when do you actually hold this public hearing? Well, we would like you to, well, you're actually required to actually hold it when citizens are generally available, which would, of course, you obviously can't hold it in the morning, early afternoon, or on the weekends. We actually had a case where we got an application and we saw that the public hearing was held on a weekday morning, like 8 a.m., some ridiculously early time, and we determined that was just simply unacceptable. So you don't want to be in that situation. Now, when you actually have the hearing, we want to discuss whatever activity the town is planning on applying for, and then any of the community's local needs, what they think the town should actually apply for, and then of course the town and their citizens will have a back and forth and get actual citizen input, public input, and then the town can of course determine what they would like to apply for, but at least you've gotten the feedback. Now, you can also talk about the program income reuse plan, but typically it depends on what activity it is. To give you an example, if it's a housing rehab program, well then obviously you would need such a plan. That would be a requirement. But if your activity is like infrastructure, like a street or sidewalks, then obviously you're not going to generate program income from that. So you wouldn't necessarily need that plan to talk about. But of course, we do give you more details in our manual, so please take a look there for more information. And again, keep in mind that there are ADA requirements for public hearings, so make sure they're actually at a handicap accessible location, and make accommodations for individuals with disabilities and non-English speaking persons. So kind of wrap up here, as in regard to the actual submissions in your application, I want to make sure that you include copies of the public hearing notices, along with the newspaper affidavit of publication. And you want to also include the public hearing minutes, which must be certified by the town clerk. And you must also include a list of all those that were present, public hearing, like public officials, municipal staff, citizens, so on and so forth. Once again, more information, well, in this case, more information in our application handbook. Now, if assuming that you were awarded the grant that you applied for, During the course of administering that grant, you're going to have to hold a second public hearing prior to the closeout. This is something I touched upon earlier in the presentation, but it's very key because this is something that we definitely monitor for, and then we're definitely going to ask if we don't see documentation for it. So at this particular hearing, make sure that you cover any progress that has occurred during the project. So basically the project status, you want to talk about any kind of results, how many people or households have benefited so far. And you also want to talk about the status of the budget. So if you anticipate the project being completed within budget, or if you anticipate having to apply for another budget extension, you definitely going to want to talk about that. So in summary, you want to make sure that you have you've drafted up a citizen participation plan, and you've actually thought about how to get your citizens involved, and you've included the necessary components that were outlined before in that plan. And you also want to make sure that you adhere to the actual public hearing minutes, and you've actually posted the required legal notices to inform them of this public hearing. And then lastly, assuming you've gotten the grant, that you've actually held the second public hearing before submitting your pre-closeout certificate. So that's all, folks. I hope you enjoyed this. You learned a lot about our citizen participation requirements, and I wish you all good luck in your application. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome. I appreciate the citizen participation comments, and I hope everyone will adhere to the requirements. Next up, we have Miguel joining us again, and he will briefly describe the requirements for the ERR, NEPA, and SEPA in some cases for your application. Most of you here with us today are seasoned, and so he would, I believe he's doing the highlights as opposed to deep dive on the NEPA and SEPA presentations. But Miguel, there you go.
Thank you, Dominic. And I think that was my signal to be brief and get us back on track on timing. So this is a highlight of the Part 58 basics of an environmental review. And as Dominic mentioned, I will make some comments with regards to SEPA, the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, which is applicable to our projects in many cases when we are blending state resources as well. As I won't go through keeping us on track, as we have discussed the housekeeping and sharing questions on the chat. So therefore, already ahead of schedule. Objectives the hope is that we can at least today introduce some terminology, give you a small comfort level of where to start an environmental review, become aware of some resources, and know where to look for more training on environmental reviews as we move forward. Reference material that will be available to you after the presentation today would include an environmental review flowchart, some informational environmental level information sheets, some resource links, a partner worksheets, and a webinars. And also we have been very blessed to have from Region 1, Martha Curran, who is our Region 1 Environmental Officer, offering webinars on a somewhat of a bi-monthly basis with regards to special topics on environmental review. And those can be made available to you by just letting us know so that we can get you registered. So in 1969, there was obviously some very important things that happened, both in our pop culture, and as you can see, the Beatles, the Brady Bunch, the Super Bowl III, and as one and the great quote that one small step for mankind, for man, one giant leap for mankind. Very important dates. But what else happened in 1969? Well, the National Environmental Policy Act was created in 1969. This was very significant because obviously at this point, this is a turning point in government in regards to investing funds and making sure that environmental requirements were being reviewed for the safety of the projects and the households that would benefit from them. Some terms that we have, and just to clear up, obviously, I'd like to just point out Fonzie. When I grew up, Fonzie wore a leather jacket and had a white T-shirt and would say, "Hey." Nowadays, Fonzie is a Latino international singer. So it's interesting to see how terms can be misrepresented. So that's why I utilize this as a great example. Responsible entities. Is a key term. It's the entity that assumes the federal responsibilities. In many cases, it's the general local government, or a unit, sometimes referenced as an UGLUG, which is a unit of a general local government, a tribe, or a state. It is in many cases not the housing authority. It is not the nonprofit. So please keep that in mind. If you have a question, please reach out. We can help address it. The environmental entity certifying officer evaluates the environmental review, is responsible for the scope and content, makes an environmental finding, and goes to court in a lawsuit. So there's some significant responsibilities of the people who are signing the document and preparing it. Again, we want to make sure that you feel comfortable. There are resources to assist you. The hope in the department is that we will be hopefully expanding our resources in our tech team by hiring an environmental position in the near future. Please note that the grantees must maintain an environmental review file for each activity and document the decision-making process. So it's important that every project has its own happy home in the ER. So who has the responsibilities under Part 58? Accepts public comments. I would say obviously both the municipality and the state. Completes the form to authorize the release of funds. Well, in this case, the Department of Housing acts as that HUD entity on behalf of, works on behalf of HUD to approve the authorization for the release of funds. With regards to monitoring responsible entities for environmental compliance, that would also be the Department of Housing. If we include our Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, then in that case, we may reach out to other entities like SHPO, like DEEP, that would help us with regards to environmental compliance. So what is an environmental review? Simply, it's an analysis of the impact of a project on the surrounding environment and vice versa. The pictures here are actual pictures taken from the internet, but as you can see, this is a very well-known resort getaway where the landing strip for the airport literally goes right over a beach. That is definitely a consideration that we would take into place as an airport hazard. The objective of the HUD, the objective is obviously to document clearly that the project being developed is not going to create any harm, that it would not create an impact to the community, and at the end, provide decent, safe, and sanitary housing. One key thing to take away is do not commit funds before you complete your environmental review. The golden rule, let's just leave it at that. Remember the golden rule. Whoever holds the goal makes the rules. With that, you can see by statute, limitations on activities pending clearance. We don't want to create a situation that you may have inadvertently spent or acted in a situation that created what is considered a choice limiting action. And which activities will require an environmental review? All the activities require an environmental review. So in the environmental review process, the first step is really defining the project. Less is less, more is more. We live in a digital world. I would not concern myself of oversharing. It's important for us to understand the full scope of the project, especially if the project is a phased project. It would help us help you in the long run, being able to determine the level of review, perform the environmental review, finalize it, then getting to expend the project funds and do any post-review considerations. Defining the project is the most important aspect. Do not pass go. Please describe what is happening, what is surrounding the area, and again, it must include the entire project. Even if it's not being funded with HUD funds, we'd want to know about all the phases of the project. Levels of review. Exempt and not subject to activities are very simple and straightforward and require a very minimal amount of time in preparing the review and completing. As you can see here, the activities that are generally identified, I won't read them off, but is environmental planning and administrative costs, the purchase of tools or insurance, technical assistance are just some. In the not subject to activities, one thing that you can identify here very quickly with, and I'll point out, is pre-development costs and supplemental assistance. Supplemental assistance basically means that we are doing a reevaluation in the case just recently with a joint CDBG SSHP project, meaning the state-sponsored housing portfolio. The project came back from a rebid with a financial gap given the material cost increases due to the pandemic. So we had to complete a supplemental assistance review to be able to fill the gap and get that project moving forward. In the category excluded subject to or reference as assessed, as you can see here, we're looking at the removal of barriers that restrict mobility and accessibilities for our elderly and handicapped residents. It also includes things such as acquisition of vacant land or existing buildings. It includes the rehabilitation, repair, and improvements to public facilities like a senior center or a public kitchen. It also would require identify multifamily residential. So in this case, that would reference really more of the public housing modernization projects. And it also identifies single family residentials 1 to 4 units, which would be in many cases the housing rehabilitation for homeowners. Please note that an individual action is on a single family residential only. That would refer to maximum of 1 to 4 units. If it's more than 5 units, we still have to take into consideration if it's a scattered site. And as you can see, there's some illustrations here that identify the distance with respect to scattered sites. An environmental assessment is for major rehabilitation, in many cases, new construction, reconstruction, or demolition, a change in land use, or whenever nothing else is applicable, we go to an EA. An environmental impact statement would more than likely not be required in many of our projects. It would require finding of the significant impacts to the environmental to the environment, as well as it would be affecting more than 2,500 units or beds. Quick quiz, and I'm a big believer in open book, so the answers are always accessible to you. A construction of a 4-unit apartment building, the answer would be assessed. And I won't. Here is a replacement of an office building plumbing system. In this case, that would also be assessed, a categorically excluded subject to. And I'm just going to skip through some of these other examples and just highlight some of the information here with regards to the environmental review, with regards to requirements, National Flood Insurance Program, coastal barrier resources, and airport runway clearance zones. The statutory checklist also includes the following, and I'll just highlight a couple with regards to the coastal zone management. In this case, I want to notate that I received one submission where they identified all of the all of the coastal zone resources in regards to the state of Connecticut, which was very enlightening, but really did not hit the mark. It was nice to know where the beaches and the trails were, but again, that's not what we're asking. So take the opportunity to utilize the resources. When in doubt, reach out. As well as, I just want to highlight the endangered, I'm getting a lot of beeps, but I'm going to ignore them. The Endangered Species Act, there's both the federal, but also in Connecticut under our SEPA. There are situations where the Connecticut requirements are more restrictive. So when you are doing your statutory checklist, you need to take that into consideration. Second, another example would be the sole source aquifers. On the federal level, there's only 2 to 3 in the state of Connecticut, but under the state of Connecticut, there is a lot of local water aquifers that have to be taken into consideration. So in your review, you need to take a look at the resources both on the federal and the state level. Okay, I apologize that this image might be restrictive in regards to the piece, but the HUD Exchange is a tremendous resource for environmental review documentation. As you can see here, some of the items here, these are resource links that identify partner worksheets, which help you identify and clarify the requirements. As you can see, there's air quality, airport hazards. It walks you step by step. The documents are hyperlinked so that they provide you information back to a resource in the HUD Exchange to provide you further assistance. We do have suggested formatted documents. We try to make them as user-friendly as possible, where literally you just have to check the box to identify the category items that need to be addressed. As you can see, the HUD Exchange continues to be a great resource, and it does provide an orientation for environmental reviews. They have webinars that are available through both the HUD Exchange and YouTube that you can watch at your leisure, and that you can rewind to review information at any point in time. And just please remember, the environmental review records should capture the maximum anticipated scope of the proposal. So if there is more than one phase, or in a case just recently, I am working on the second phase, utilizing federal funds on a new construction of a tax credit project. There is an anticipation of a third phase. That anticipation will be notated, even though at this point we are really focused on the second phase, but we will make reference to the third phase. Again, the environmental review shall describe all the activities that are part of the project or anticipated. We're looking to evaluate the effects on the project on the human environment, our neighborhoods, our playgrounds. Think about, would you like to have your families and friends living in that situation? That's a good way to put it. We need to document compliance. We need to record the determinations and the findings, and we need to contain those documents to make sure that they're verifiable and relevant. Again, being in a digital age, it's very easy to print information into a PDF document and save it in your electronic files. I'm just going to skip that slide. If mitigation measures were required in any portion of the environmental review, make sure that they're implemented. DOH will be monitoring responsible entities for the environmental compliance. This is one reason in particular, is that in 2018, the department did receive a field office and HUD OIG program monitoring, and there were findings and concerns with regards to the environmental review process. That's why we're investing so much time in providing you training opportunities to be able to provide you technical assistance and resources to assure that those issues have been resolved and that we are moving in a solid step forward. Please note that a responsible entity must reevaluate findings when there's a change in the nature or the extent of the project. A new environmental circumstance or condition is identified. A selection of an alternative not in the original finding. We need to update the environmental review. If the finding of no significant impact is reaffirmed, then we do not need to go through that process, and we're able to complete that reevaluation at that time. So some key pieces here. An environmental review is an analysis of the impacts of both the project on the environment and the environment on the project. Under Part 58, the responsible entity certifying officer becomes the responsible federal official for the NEPA responsibilities. In the case of a unit of local government, that would be the highest elected official or the town administrator designated. Funds cannot be committed, obligated, or expended prior to completion of the environmental review. and the responsible entity must create an environmental review record verifying the resources and documenting the findings. And that's all that I have at this point in time.
Thank you, Miguel. And, you know, incidentally, we are back on schedule. So all because we've been so good at explaining everything that no one at this point has questions for us on any of the presentations ahead. But before moving forward, so, and you know, there are no questions in the chat, so we're taking it that all is clear and all is well. But before moving on, I'll be remiss if I did not mention our partners at LISC, Local Initiative Support Corporation. This morning, we have Irene and Casey, who's been working back of the scene, back of the shop, and helping us bring this presentation / application workshop to you today. Without their help, we, you know, because we've been short in terms of staffing, but working diligently on increasing our capacity locally within the offices of the Department of Housing. They have graciously agreed through their partnership efforts with the some of the programs that they're running concurrently and on behalf of the department, and they have agreed to help with this technical part of our show today. So thank you, Irene and Casey, for the work you're doing behind the scenes, bringing this Zoom presentation to us. I think without further ado, I'd like to move forward so that we can stay on target, on time. And we do have lined up next our partner from the Department of Public Health. And some of you are familiar with Kim. She has been with us now for several years and have presented on these topics. But I have to say that every time Kim presents, there is something new that I catch, and maybe she said it before and I didn't hear it, but there's always something, a good takeaway from these presentations. We've been partnering with them, and we have launched the Radon program last year with the department, and Kim will follow up with information on that, but can't wait to hear what's in store for the 2022 and led with the Department of Public Health. Thank you, Kim.
Perfect. Thank you, Dominic. I appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Miguel. So I'm going to try to stick to my time frame as well and allow some time for Q&A. I'm covering both our lead presentation as well as radon right after that. So what I'll do is I'll go through the lead slides and then open it up for Q&A, and then I'll do radon quick and do that as well. So my name is Kim Ploget, as Dominic indicated. I've been with the Department of Public Health for 14 and a half years. Been working in lead for 16. Prior to coming to DPH, I was at local health. So I've been doing lead for a long time. And I think this is probably the 12th year I've been doing stuff with DOH. So I always enjoy, I look forward to the in-person stuff, hopefully in the near future. But if you could advance to the next slide, that'd be great. Oh, I guess I can control Casey's slide. Okay. So I put in a few pictures in here, and I pretty much ask the question every time, you know, does this look lead safe to you? So these are pictures I've actually taken myself that are just a good representation of what some of this old lead paint in New England looks like. And, you know, people say, oh, isn't lead a thing of the past? And although we'd like to think it is, unfortunately, the old housing stock in Connecticut, as well as the rest of New England, really allows for about 75% of our houses being built before 1980, and lead paint was banned in 78. So, you know, these are just some old windows and window components. Next slide, again, more windows. And really what I want you to think of when I show these pictures is if you imagine that 1-year-old who is just starting to pull themselves up and walking, they're at that perfect height to look out a window, and, you know, they can hold on to the windowsill and balance. So like if dad leaves to go to work or mom leaves and grandma's watching, whatever, you know, the kid likes to look out the window at mom or dad leaving, and they might also be playing in the window well, you know, which could have some older surfaces, you know, with the deteriorating paint. And because lead has a sweet taste to it, that little hand is goopy and kind of goes in and then into the mouth. So that really is the introduction path for that child of either paint chips or the old lead dust that's been created over time. And even if windows have been replaced, we still see a lot of the old window casings and a lot of the old window sills remain in place. So again, it naturally attracts, that child. Additionally, children at that age, a lot of times are teething. So we will actually see sometimes like chew marks or sucking areas where the child likes that sweet taste, and it provides a soothing mechanism. So it's difficult when you have these little ones to keep them away from these surfaces. And these are just a couple others, just showing like where damage has happened and the paint is deteriorating, or the substrate are, you need to make sure that you address those issues. Otherwise, it's just going to continue causing the same problems. And these are just some porch components as well. So we had created this chart last year, so I stuck this in here, and more or less it's just to try to kind of walk people through and think about a couple things. So for our program purposes, really what you want to be aware of is whether or not there's children under the age of 6 in residence. That is what triggers our regulations. So when you start having testing done and you find defective lead paint that's actually identified as lead and or bare soil, that triggers our regs, and that requires under state law to have a full inspection by the local health department and then have areas that are defective to be ordered to correct. So with that, when you have to do testing for the funding, a lot of that triggers our regs. So we just tried to kind of differentiate between those circumstances for people. So we have a couple examples in here. So let's say scenario one, you have a project that's going to cost $17,500. You have older children in residence, middle elementary school up. It's maybe not been tested for lead, but there's many areas that are defective. So more or less, when you look at that chart, you want to look at the fact that, this is above 5,000, less than 25,000, that there's children over 6 in residence, that yes, we know there's defective paint, so that yes, there is a lead inspection and or risk assessment required at the federal level, but the option to remediate sometimes is still available. So this is just kind of summary of that. When we talk about remediation, we're talking about correction of defective paint. And what that requires is the use of a certified EPA renovation, repair, and painting firm. So that firm employs people that have gone through a lead safe work practice course, which replaces the former HUD classes that used to be offered. You still should have a remediation plan. And in doing so, again, that just outlines the ways that work is going to be done. And at the end of the job, we would always require that clearance dust wipes get done. Clearance dust wipes really indicate 24 hours after the work's been done, whether or not these contractors have worked in a safe manner and whether that lead has settled on any surfaces like that dust that, really is invisible to the human eye remains, and more or less just to take those safety procedures wherever you've done work, to try to really have that best opportunity for the child to not have exposure for any debris or dust that's left behind. This is the required paperwork for each type of those jobs that need to be handed out. So the Protect Your Family from Lead brochure from EPA, as well as the Renovate Right brochure from EPA. And again, this has information that just allows families to understand, with the work being done, how that could cause harm. If it is a single family, it's okay to give it to the property owner. However, if it is a multifamily, EPA does require that the property owner at least attempts to give this information or make it available to the tenants. We also have a one sheet here as to how to look up for credentialed people. So if you go to that website, you can actually do a search for a renovator, and you can click on Connecticut, and you can put in your zip code, and you can essentially find, within a 20-mile radius or 50-mile radius, those people that are certified in your area if you're looking for them. And we also have these pre-remediation work checklists. So again, at the top of all of them, it clearly identifies, that this would be no child in residence or a child greater than the age of 6. And it just walks you through kind of all the things you should think about ahead of time before the work starts. So scenario 2 is a little different. Again, this project is costing $33,000. Whoops, I went one slide too far. There's 2 young children, less than 6, 5 and 2 years of age. And the defective paint has been tested and it is positive for lead. So when we look at that, we're going to check child under the age of 6 in residence. We're going to say, hey, there's defective paint that yes, a comprehensive lead inspection is required, and that lead abatement is required, and that your local health department is involved. So with this circumstance, with local health being involved, the key thing to remember is that before any work begins, they have to approve the plan. And when the work is done, on the next slide, I kind of put this on here. So, you know, a management plan has to be put in place for any leaded surfaces that remain, that have been abated or that were intact. And then in addition to that, you know, that local health has to approve all those things. And at the end of the work, either a DPH lead consultant or a local health department, depending on their availability, would assist with clearance dust wipes and making sure that all of those surfaces have been addressed. And essentially the local health department puts together a letter of compliance. So that should be included with all of the paperwork with Department of Housing. In your local offices, again, here's the checklist, and up at the top, it does say for children under the age of 6. And that's really going to be your more strict. So I can't emphasize enough that please, if you have questions ahead of time, please ask. And furthermore, that if you know, have any challenges along the way with contractors, please let me know. So if you have issues with EPA contractors, I can refer you up the chain to EPA, to my contacts that do investigations in Connecticut. If it's anybody that is a DPH licensed consultant or contractor, we can take action on those. So please reach out to me so that we can make sure you have those connections. So really the challenges we find, and I can't emphasize these points enough. So I you know, apologize in advance for sounding like beating a dead horse, but you know, using those checklists, making sure you understand the difference between remediation, which is more you know, along the lines of remodeling or for aesthetic purposes, versus abatement, which permanently covers or gets rid of the lead for long term. Making sure you understand the difference with abatement, that lead practitioners, that local health departments are involved in that process, and seeking approval ahead of time is required. And really the clearance dust wipes, those are hugely important. So we want to make sure that those are conducted. Like I mentioned, I have authority for anybody that we license. EPA has any authority for anybody that they register. And more or less, that is kind of it in a nutshell. This is my direct number and my email. I do check my phone line at least twice a day, but we're in the office still half time. Email is the easiest way to get a hold of me. So I don't know if there's any questions. I saw, I think, one come up in the chat. So Donna M asked, does lead remediation require painting over the defective areas with lead-free paint? So in my opinion, there shouldn't be any defective paint. So I would say that if I were funding that job, like, I would include any defective paint in my scope of work. When it comes to defective lead paint, we would recommend that the surface be prepared accordingly and then repainted. So you want to look at making sure that substrate is still intact, and that any new paint you put on, as you wet scrape, you know, any loose pieces of paint, that it's going to actually adhere to that substrate. So that's probably the most important part. But like I said, just as a practitioner, I would say I would recommend that you address any defective paint. But if the project doesn't have the opportunity to fund that, you know, then I would say, like, that's on the lesser side of the scope of work. And I will talk about radon in my next presentation. So I actually am doing a second presentation that way. Okay. Any other questions on lead at all? I don't know if people have the ability to unmute themselves or not. Okay.
Are you gonna
So-
are you gonna mail out sample lead chips so that people can taste them?
Nope. Although I will tell you a really quick story. A friend of mine, they're a married couple. They both work at 2 local health departments, and their daughter participates in both Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. Like, they have a chapter that involves girls and Boy Scouts. So they participated in the Pinewood Derby. And I guess some of the paint her husband used on it actually has like a lead acetate in it. So she went to sand part of it, and she was saying to me, I kind of had this sweet taste, almost like a sweetener, like puff of dust that came up. And she goes, I didn't realize that he used paint that contained like lower levels of lead. And I was like, that's always fun. so it does happen. But so I'll do a quick overview on radon and then open that up for any questions that people might have. So what I'm going to cover in this is what is radon, how it traditionally enters a home, what the health effects are, and then the testing and mitigation. So radon is a naturally occurring radioactive gas. It is colorless, odorless, and tasteless. It's found all over the US. It can be in any kind of building. It could be in a commercial building. It could be in a house with or without basements. And more or less it comes up, through any like cracks that are in that foundation. So this is just a picture. So uranium breaks down to radium breaks down to radon, and then it can disperse through the house. Every day that you're outside breathing air, there's radon that's all around you, but obviously when it's in the air, it just rises, where when it gets trapped in the house, it becomes more or less like a vacuum. So the radon penetrating particles is what, causes issues for somebody who has long-term exposure. So this is a great picture. So the home just acts like a vacuum. So instead of it going around the home out in the air, it comes up through the home. And at that point, you want to consider testing and putting in a mitigation system. So long-term exposure to radon, and what EPA really defines that as, is 30 years at the same house. You could develop lung cancer. There's no immediate health effects. There's typically no symptoms, and it's that radiation that damages the lung cells and DNA. So that is what eventually 30 years from that point, could cause somebody to have lung cancer. So this is how radon enters a house. Again, pretty well, written out. So it's cracks, crevices, any sort of gaps, cavities that it can come in. It can also come in the water supply if you have a well, not public water. I think I might have, nope, okay. So the EPA's level for radon in air is 4 picocuries per liter. Again, this is not a health-based standard. We know that there's no safe level of radon, but EPA recommends that people who test their homes and it's greater than the 4 picocuries per liter take steps to minimize that level so that they reduce their exposure to lung cancer. However, WHO, which is the World Health Organization, uses the number of 2.7. So we just put that there as a reference point. So this picture I really like, because the only way that if you have radon exposure is to do testing. And what this really shows is that you could have one house that has 100 picocuries, one that's 1.25, and one that you're, guessing where do they fall in, and they can all be next door to each other. Years ago, I was looking at buying a condo, and when I was doing so, there was a complex I looked at, and there were 5 individual units on one slab. And one unit I was in, out of those 5, 2 of them had high levels of radon, and they had mitigation systems. The other 3 did not have high levels. So again, it is that bedrock that is underneath each individual home. So DPH recommends only using nationally certified measurement providers to test for radon. Although other people can do testing, individuals can test. We do not have a state credential that we recognize, so we use the national certification measurements. And for a single building or multifamily, DPH recommends testing the lowest occupied space. So what that means to most people is that if you have an old basement like mine, where you just have your washer, dryer, and your little pet spiders, you test on the first floor. If you have a finished basement, then you would want to test on that floor. And a short-term test can be placed for a minimum of 48 hours and upwards of 7 days. They also do have long-term tests, but those, the difference between the two is that you're looking for patterns and trends. So you will see on a long-term test that on days that are rainy or stormy, or you have a lot of change in barometric pressure, that the levels may increase. But with the short-term test, it gives you a good enough level and indicator to decide whether or not to do mitigation. The good thing about radon mitigation, for the most part, is that it's effective. It's relatively inexpensive to install. The average cost, last we had numbers, was about $1,200. And what that really involves, I have a couple pictures from Allison, who oversees this program. When you do have to have a mitigation system installed, again, we would recommend that you use somebody who is nationally certified. It's somebody who has the national credentials to do the mitigation. They also have to be registered as a home improvement contractor. We update those lists for the measurement specialists as well as the mitigation providers on our website monthly, and they're only on that list if they meet these requirements. So I have a couple pictures here. So when you have a radon mitigation system, essentially what you're doing is in the basement, somewhere like kind of near the edge of the house, you're gonna dig a hole that's about the size of a 5-gallon bucket, bottom, and you remove like the dirt and the earth that's in there. And what you do is you put in a pipe and you create a suction point. So it comes out to the, like a hole out the side of the wall. And then you see like this tube here. So what it does is there's a fan there. And what the fan does is it creates a suction point so that it sucks the radon up and then it elevates it up and around the house. So that instead of that radon coming up through the house, now it goes up and around the house. So what you see in some places, it could be as simple as this PVC pipe. Other times what they do is they'll paint the pipe the same color as the siding. They'll try to hide it behind a tree. They'll try to make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible. So these are a couple other examples that you can see here. And essentially, those are just some samples. The other thing I will tell you, just for your own knowledge, is we have a system called radon resistant new construction. So in any new single or two family homes, they require that homes are built radon resistant. And what that essentially means is that before they pour the slab, you're putting down a vapor barrier and you're having essentially like a piping system go up through like the closet systems, so that if after the home is built and you test that it needs to be activated, it's really like about a $300 cost versus having to run this like outside of your home. And if you do have questions on this, you can call Allison, who oversees the radon program. This is her direct line and email address. And again, she's in the office about half time, but does return emails and phone calls daily. And let me just see if there's any questions here. So let's see. Okay, so Tom Foley asked, it is my understanding radon testing is not recommended to be conducted while air conditioning is being used. This can create a problem for rehabilitation projects in summer months, considering how many homeowners are elderly and rely on air conditioning. Do you have any recommendations on how to proceed with these? So the idea is that the ideal time to test is from November to April, but with the different kind of housing projects that take place, even with testing with schools, we don't tell people to not test during the summertime. But I would say that although it can cause the test results to fluctuate slightly, that it's better to test than not test. And we understand that. So even during the winter, heating systems are running. The ideal testing environment is that regular environment where the home is being used versus being unoccupied. So I would say that it is more appropriate to do testing than not testing when somebody's running air conditioners, because that's normal patterns of use. Most times if you're placing the test kit, like I know some of the consultants do some of this, if you're placing the test kit, we always would recommend to do two on the same floor and then average the two results. So that way you at least have those results that should be very similar to each other. So I don't know if that answers your question, Tom. If you want to talk more specifically to Allison, I'm sure she'd be happy to take your call. The other thing I want to mention with this is that we have a small pilot project. So we purchase radon test kits. So they're little canisters. They're like the size of hockey pucks, if you will. And when you place them, again, it's anywhere from 2 to 7 days. There's a sticker on top of it. You want to place it in an area that it's going to be undisturbed. So you need it, ideally not in the kitchen or the bathroom to do the testing because, again, of exhaust fans. But you want it a couple inches off the ground, and you don't want it where like your cat or dog is going to hit it or run into it, or kids are going to play with it. So up on a bookshelf is a good idea, or on a counter. And once you're done testing it, there's an envelope with postage and it gets sent into the lab, and within a week or so you get your test results. So we do have a program that if you want to reach out to Allison, as long as you have somebody who's placing it and tracking the canisters that works with your town, like whoever your consultant is, that we can give out those kits. They relatively are inexpensive, but they can help save for costs on some of the projects. So I know, for example, she just gave a couple hundred to like a housing authority that's doing some renovation work, maybe not under this funding, but that they wanted to do some testing. And I don't know if Pete Test is on the call. I know Pete's done some stuff with her, not to put you on the spot, Pete, but if you have anything to add, that would be helpful. So I don't know if there's any other questions. Like I said, I see Pete's on here. So if you had any feedback, Pete, I would welcome that. I don't see any other questions. Oh, I see Ted Shaver's on the call. Hi, Ted. Does anybody else have anything before I take off? Or Miguel, do you have any questions? Or Dominic?
No, like always, we appreciate your partnership with us and the time
Sure.
that you give us. And in the future, we'd love to hear how things are changing with the lead levels a little bit further.
Yeah, those are up and coming. So we have just really quick, we have some legislation proposed that's from the governor's office that I don't know how it's going to turn out, but they're talking lowering the levels of when inspections are required for children. So it may increase our workload by upwards of about 4,800%. So we're just kind of like, yeah, we'll see what happens. And our local health departments especially. So hopefully that will be some funding available that can be, you know, combined with other pots of money for some healthy homes as well. So we'll see what happens with that, but we'll see. That's all I can say. But I'm happy to chat on that when we know more solid information in the future. All right, I will give you 7
Thank
minutes
you.
back, Dominic.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Ken.
if anybody has questions, feel free to just reach out and we'll get back to you. And if you have radon questions, Allison can get back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And
No
we
problem.
certainly would provide the information. The presentation will be available on DOH's website to come. We should be uploading before the end of the week. So the presentation will be available. You can go back, play things back if you missed something. That said, and again, thank you, Kim, for that presentation on both aspects, lead and radon. We'd like to move forward with our technical compliance segment. This would be coming to you from Michelle Hillou, and Michelle joined us at Department of Housing now a couple of years. It feels like she is definitely entrenched and working really well with our teams, our small cities team, and also with our sister agency, CHFA, keeping us on the right trend and track when it comes to technical compliance for your various projects with the Department of Housing. So without further ado, Michelle, thank you for your guidance and tutelage. And we'll listen to her presentation now on technical compliance. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you, Dominic. Can everyone hear me? Well, everyone's muted. So Dominic, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Just checking my headset here. Thanks, everyone. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about the sections of the application concerning technical compliance. I'm working with JC Frazier and John Mesner at our tech team here, and our contacts will be posted at the end of the presentation here. If you have any questions you want to take offline, but I can take some here also during the workshop here. So I'm going to talk about a few key areas of technical compliance that we've been focusing on, part of our review on your applications, as well as follow through when your project starts and completes construction, and those are environmental compliance, components of the construction documents that we'd like to see, including accessibility, project development budget and cost estimates, areas of procurement compliance, and then finally energy and green building components. And I'm gonna try to advance the slide here. I may have gone too far. So you're probably all familiar with the CDBG applications and the technical compliance sections. 4.4 is the site and building report, and that includes location maps, zoning, floodplain maps, and we'll see these on your SEPA application. I'm going to say that all of the public housing modernization and definitely the blended projects with SSHP funding will need to have a SEPA application reviewed It's not typical that there would be any kind of new construction that would trigger a major flood management certification or anything like that, but we have had existing housing authority projects come in for renovations that might be located in the floodplain, and we can apply our general permit for minor activities in the floodplain, but there are some additional requirements that go along with that. So we do want to see your SEPA application for those projects. Your site and building report should also include any environmental site assessments, phase 1, phase 2, if needed. And those should be no more than 180 days old, and that's the federal standard for that. Hazardous and material survey. You'll have to include a determination letter from the State Historic Preservation Office. Your application should also include a capital needs assessment report, and there are some formats for that on our website as well as on the CHAFA website that you can use. Photos, you should have your planning and zoning and related approvals. We understand if some minor ones are still forthcoming, but those should be in line. And then 4.5 is your construction drawings and specifications. And we've adopted the CHAFA design standards for those. I'll talk a little bit about that. Your project development and cost estimate and how we'd like to see that. Make sure you are in compliance with all procurement for not just your contractor, but for your design teams as well. And then 4.6, we've simplified energy efficiency and green building because we are moving to the CHAFA standards, and the standards for energy efficiency from CHAFA are excellent. So we didn't want to raise the bar too high from what the standards already call for. So I'm going to focus today on environmental site assessments and hazardous material surveys, and then the components under 4.5, construction drawings and specifications, specifically requirements regarding federal accessibility requirements, Section 504 compliance. And this is, as I think Lilia mentioned, especially important for elderly housing projects under the SSHP, the state-sponsored housing portfolio. What we want to see for project development budgets and cost estimates, a little bit more about procurement, and then energy. So the documents that you should be providing do include will include for public housing modernization as well as infrastructure projects should include an environmental site assessment phase 1 report. And as most of you probably know, that includes a records review, site reconnaissance and observations, noting any areas of concern or recognized environmental conditions, also historic recognized environmental conditions, and any potential release areas. So if you have any underground storage tanks, any of that need to be identified in the environmental site assessment. For most public housing modernization projects, you will need to include a hazardous material survey. And this is where we want to see all your testing for lead-based paint, asbestos, radon, lead in soil, all of the contaminants listed here. And an excellent resource for this is the CHAFA Environmental and Hazardous Materials standards, which are available on their website. We're going to use that for joint funded projects. In some cases, the federal requirements may be slightly stricter, and we'll have to look at those on a case-by-case basis. And I did want to thank Kim for her presentation. And just to add, for lead-based paint, the CHAFA standards do acknowledge that even though there may not be a child under 6 in residence, there is definitely in multifamily housing the potential for turnover of units where you know, maybe not today, but in a few years, there might be a child under 6. And also the potential for, even for our elderly housing projects, for grandparents to be watching a child under 6 and babysitting for the day for a grandchild or so forth. So the intention is really to make all of our housing units safe for children under 6. So that is the intention, that is the guideline we've really used. And of course, radon in some cases for federal may have a stricter standard than the state, where we're requiring 100% of ground floor units to be tested for radon. As Kim mentioned, sometimes it does not show up, you know, just a few feet away. It's going to show up in one unit and not the other. So we may increase that to 100% for some projects. Oh, and also I want to say here that make sure your construction drawings include your remediation and abatement plans and specs. A lot of times, you know, everyone will test, they'll say they're abating, but we need to see your construction documents, your contract documents, have those remediation and abatement plans in there. Either as part of the construction project, maybe there's a separate abatement and remediation contractor that you're going with, but in the contract with the cost associated with it, we want to see those abatement plans and specifications as part of your construction documents. As I mentioned, we are following the CHAFA design standards. So take a look at actually the 2022 multifamily standards are out now. And there's some improvements over last year's, but they are excellent and they are organized by CSI division. So you can easily find what the standards are for all of your materials. There's some upfront information that really are nicely outlined here. The standards are excellent. They're the energy components and energy efficiency levels are excellent here, above code, and they really have done a great job putting this together. And DOH, as it says on the cover here, DOH has adopted these as the construction standards, design and construction standards. So please make sure your project is in compliance with what's outlined here. There's been a lot of talk lately on accessibility, and of course, many of your projects will be coming in to do ADA upgrades, both for common spaces and to make more of a higher percentage of units at an existing facility accessible. So I want to just outline what requirements we look at for federally assisted housing. We are obligated to meet Section 504, the Rehabilitation Act 1973, and you can find that at the HUD website. I think I gave the link down at the bottom. But what that says is that new construction needs to have 5% or more of the units designed to the Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards. Substantial alterations also need to follow the requirements for new construction. But most of these CDBG projects will probably not be new construction or substantial renovation, just by definition of what is eligible. So most of them will fall under the last category, which are other renovations, other alterations, not substantial, not new construction. And in that case, we're reviewing these projects to the maximum extent feasible. And what the language there says in 24 CFR 822 and 23 is that alterations must be made to make at least 5% of the units accessible up to the maximum extent feasible. So we will be reviewing the projects from that lens. If there's something that's fairly, looks like it's feasible to make fully accessible, then we may ask the project include that. We understand that there are limits, especially on existing construction, to what can be done. Now, the state and the model codes that are referenced, the state building code have another level, and you will have to review those requirements with the state authority or local authority having jurisdiction. And a thank you to our friends at Quisenberry, our Carrie Malik Architecture, for providing this site plan. And I just wanted to illustrate that one of the things we'll look for to see that a project has been tried to be done to the maximum extent feasible is accessible routes throughout the project. So in this case, ADA units, bump outs really for 6 of the units were made to be fully accessible, fully ADA compliant. And that included a check to make sure you can get there from accessible parking to a unit. And that would be an accessible route of 5% slope, no more than 5% slope, 2% cross slope. And also make sure that all common areas and common amenities can be accessible from those units. So in this case, the community building, there's an addition here, and that has been made fully accessible with this project. Here are some details to look at. So your door clearances, lower kitchen counter heights, bathrooms that have clear floor space and turning radius. In some cases, the federal standards are a little bit stricter than the Type A state standards, including door swing clearances and workspaces in the kitchen. So you want your architectural team to make sure you're not only meeting the Type A requirements, but also the federal requirements, Uniform Federal Accessibility Standards that are referenced from Section 504 for federally assisted projects. Skipping right over to project development and construction costs. The application includes exhibits 4.5B and 4.5C. And this is how we've outlined what we'd like to see for your project development budget, all of your costs, and then a detailed breakout by division for your construction cost estimate. And I know that at some point in the project, you might not have all of your costs, identified exactly, but a ballpark is what we're looking for. And please, please, please put quantity, unit measure, and price per unit. Looking at a lump sum on these cost estimates is just not doable. We are not going to be able to go to your drawings and do takeoffs to see if you have a reasonable cost identified for all of these. So please put units for windows. We want to see how many windows, cost per window, because that's how we understand the cost, and we compare those costs against other projects to make sure that they are in line with what we are seeing on other projects. We know the market is fluctuating. We're looking at cost of these projects coming in sort of 3-month increments. So we're comparing the project against other projects that are being submitted within that time frame. We know certain items are volatile and it moves week by week, but without an easy way to compare your project against others and against what we know is the going price for a window, insulation, some of the items, gypsum boards, some of the items that are moving a lot. We really don't have a good way to gauge the project. So we need that. Now, for some of the projects that will also receive money from SSHP, money, flex dollars from state funds, we know that you'll move this number, you may move this number if it's a truly blended project into a consolidated application exploded trade payment breakdown. But we need to know right up front what you expect the CDBG funds to pay for. And then if it is combined with other funding sources, please also submit the full budget for the project, because we'd like to see what the CDBG portion is and also what the total project may be if it's bigger than just the CDBG funds. And then procurement. JC Frazier, my supervisor, gave a great presentation last June, I think, on procurement, and that is on the DOH website. I think she's going to be giving another procurement workshop this spring. So keep your eyes out for that. We also have updated procurement guidelines on our website, and they are dated November 2021. Please feel free to contact either myself or JC to answer any specific procurement questions that you have. The intent of procurement, of course, is that there is competition for both your design teams as well as your construction teams. It is open, meaning publicly advertised, and that you have, and that is complete, meaning at least 2 bids on the federal side. But since most of these projects are being combined with federal dollars, our standards include the combination of both state and federal, and state requires 3 bids. So both of those things will be looked at. What else can I say here about procurement? There has been some recent conversation about some different construction delivery methods, such as construction manager at risk. And we have recently put together some language that will comply with federal standards for that delivery method. If you want to use a construction manager at risk, there will be limits on, for example, limits on self-performing and limits self-performing percentages and requirements to bid all trades. So if you're interested in that delivery method, we can forward you, talk to us, we'll forward you the language we've put together. It will be available in the next version of the procurement guidelines, but it's not in the 2021, the November 2021 guidelines right now, because we've just come across that request. Any other questions here? I see some coming up in the chat, but I think I'm going to take them all at the end, if that's okay. And then finally, energy and green building. As I said, the CHAPA standards are so good. We really didn't have much room to move above them, but we are giving points. Let's see right here. I'm also having a pop-up problem, but you can see the points that we'll be rating and ranking your application on for energy efficiency and green building. Your energy upgrades need to include, to get those points, you need to include a conservation plan and the utility letter of participation. So we want to make sure that you're actually getting the incentive from the utility that you say you're entitled to. And then we're trying to prioritize renewables a little bit more. I think you're going to hear later on today about some new programs from Green Bank to support solar to storage programs, which we think is a great matchup for some projects that really would be great to have an on-site source of backup power in the event of a power outage, and then water sites materials for the remainder of the points. I think that's it. And I'm going to go through the questions here, but you can also contact anyone on this list for your technical questions. I think actually there's only one, oh, two. I'm not sure if I understand the question about development and street corners providing accessibility and sidewalks. So we are looking, I mean, we're only looking at the bounds of the site itself. So you're only in control of what you can do for the site itself. And how the federal guidelines read are that you have to have accessibility from site arrival points. So in most cases, that is going to be a parking lot that you have control over. So that is what we would look for in terms of where you have your accessible routes from. If you're in a more urban location and you're on a sidewalk, we do have some projects, you know, in downtown New Haven, Bridgeport, where it's more of a zero lot line situation. Then again, you're really only going to be asked to look at compliance from the limits of your property. And then I have a question here about an RFP. What happens when you put out an RFP for architecture and only get one single bid? So, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen. I would just highly encourage advertise everywhere you can to make sure that your efforts to put out an RFP, you know, don't come back. So with such slim, we would advise you to put that out again. And you can always contact your favorite architect contractor to bid with the rest of them. So you can always do specific outreach, but the intent of the procurement guidelines is that is open to everybody. You mentioned ADA, if it's on a corner, what obligations would we have? I'm not sure of the question, so I'm gonna have to ask you to rephrase it.
Doris, would you be kind enough to unmute yourself at this point to explain or clarify this question for Michelle?
Yes, thank you. It's in regards to my earlier question regarding the pavements and the obligations of the developer. Let's say it's in an urban area, it's on the street corner, and it's not accessible for those with disabilities or those with disabilities, the ramps that they have. I don't know what that's called. So how are the developers responsible for that? If there's an accident, if anything happens that it's not ADA accessible, but it's a street corner, where do the boundaries end? If my property is on that street corner, something happened because it's not accessible, but the state should be responsible for that.
Well, that would, unless you're in charge of street improvements, then you should follow the city guidelines of whatever, you know, city you're in. They publish normally publish street design guidelines, which include accessibility, but typically you wouldn't be doing that, the city would. So if your project does not include that, then we would not ask you to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I would just add by saying that you should work closely with your municipality to carve out or prepare a plan that would include improvements to that sidewalk or that area that abuts your property. And obviously it should be a part of your project as part of that improvement, but of course in conjunction with your municipality.
My question also asked about, in general, the development, the property itself, the entries and accessibility. Oftentimes the buildings or the houses have have steps to them and aren't accessible. The doorways aren't accessible, or, you know, they have stairs. So how liable are we, if at all, to apply to adhere to the ADA? Because some of these places are grandfathered in, from what I understand as well.
So if you're talking about single family houses, if it's not a multifamily housing division, then it is not, the 5% rule does not apply. That applies to multifamily housing projects.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're just running slightly behind here again. And I think there's one more question in the chat, but we do need to move on to our next segment. If we can commit to answering this question quickly, oh, I guess we're not.
I think, Peter, I'll take this, if it's okay with you, Peter, I'll take this offline. We'll respond in writing to your procurement question.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And next up, thank you, Michelle. Next up, we have Charles Emerson from our sister agency, Connecticut Housing Finance Authority, and he will share with us technical services guidance based on our blended projects that we are focused in, our priority this year, and have been for the last couple of years, and in terms of what they're looking for with these larger scope scale projects that are now to the vicinity of a maximum of $5 million, $2 million from our state, I should say from the small cities, the funds, and a potential additional $3 million from the bond fund, which they manage for us at CHFA. So without further ado, Chuck Emerson to share on these technical services, the guidelines. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. If I can just chime in a little bit on the previous discussion, it seems to me that if there's an issue with accessibility on property that's controlled by your municipality, that when you go for your site plan zoning approval, that's the opportunity for your municipality to identify things that they may need to take care of in conjunction with your project. Your architect and site engineer would probably know what those things are already. And maybe there's a discussion that can be engaged with your municipality on that. And as these things seem to go, it may end up becoming a requirement of your project to take care of something that the municipality probably really should be taking care of in terms of accessibility. So I'm just going to briefly go through our feasibility to board checklist. These are just things that we're going to be looking at to get to our board. And when you submit your applications, you're going to need to provide these things shortly after you get awarded funding. So the quicker you can, the more ready for construction you can be, the more ready to go to board you can be, the better. So we'll be looking at architect and general contractor qualifications. Guidelines for those are in our standards and guidelines that are on our website. We're looking for the design team to identify any modifications that they may need, that the project may need based on conflicts between what our standards and guidelines require and what may actually be possible to provide. We're also looking similarly for your design team to look at building code and fire code modifications that may be needed. Obviously, we don't approve those. That's you know, the local and state authorities. But it's an impediment to readiness if you need any of these and you're not actively seeking to rectify them. We're going to need Connecticut prevailing and Davis-Page wage rate determinations. It's in the CONAP, but it's just a checkbox. So if you could include something with your application, upload a document that explains why those may or may not be applicable, that would be appreciated. Also, when both of these are required, keep in mind that you have to pay the higher of the two. We're going to need a capital needs assessment for any minor, moderate, or substantial rehab. For new construction and gut rehabs, we need a structural needs assessment. So the difference there is telling us the status of whatever you're planning to keep in the existing structure. And if you have 90% drawings and you have a structural engineer, that is something that we can, it's a requirement that we can modify. They've given us drawings that are signed and you're 90% complete. If it's new construction, we're going to need soil boring reports. We're going to need information on any septic approvals that you may need if you're in the hinterlands. We're going to need flood zone or flood management certification determination. So that's partly answered by your survey. But if the survey indicates that any portion of the site is in a 100 or 500 year floodplain, we're going to need you to interact with Connecticut Deep, and the earlier the better on that interaction. Planning and zoning approval, as I mentioned, you're going to need that. So you can provide that, and we're going to need an approved site plan. So what we're looking for when we say approved site plan is we're looking for some acknowledgement from the municipality that a given site plan of a certain date with a certain name by a certain consultant is recognized as the approved site plan. Similarly to DOH, we are also looking for confirmation of energy incentives. So that's an LOP. Going to board afterward, you need to make it a letter of agreement, which locks in your funding. We're going to look at SHPO and other historic status, NPS, as applicable. So if you have a structure that's historic, we're going to need to see what the implications for your project that brings. And if it is, if you are looking for historic tax credits as well, we're going to need that process to be initiated and well underway by the time we see it. We're going to be looking at environmental site assessments and hazardous materials assessments. We're going to be looking at the estimated cost that's been being provided by your LEP for whatever abatement and remediation needs to happen. Drawings and specifications, 90% is better. Sometimes that's a requirement of the funding, and other times it's not, but readiness is always a factor when we're looking at funding rounds. We're going to look for an owner-architect agreement, and we're looking for the construction administration portion to be at least 35% of the total fee. Once the project is bid, we're going to be looking at bid solicitation and architect's recommendation documents. So we're going to be looking for the architect to have analyzed the bids and made a recommendation on the GC. Going to need an order general contractor agreement. A lot of times before we go to board, it's more the form than the actual final document, but we need to know which way it's headed, which AIA document is going to be used. We're looking for a sales and use tax determination. So are you subject to sales tax or not? And make sure that the costs that you provide us with include those taxes. We're going to be looking at a construction schedule. So this again speaks to readiness and that you have a plan for how the project's going to go. Obviously, an exploited trade payment breakdown and project cost summary. Those are part of the consolidated application. But those we need to keep updated for whatever happens as we go along the way. And then we're going to be looking to confirm the CHFA field observation escrow. There is guidance in the CONAP about what to estimate for a field observer. However, I will caution you that if your project is a rehab that involves a great many buildings and or units, that you take a look at your construction schedule with respect to your field observation escrow, knowing that although the CHFA field observer is generally there twice a month, every 2 weeks, actually, they are going to need to be there for PTO visits. And if you're turning over, if it's a fairly substantial renovation and you're going to be turning over floors of units every 2 weeks, or if you're going to be turning over buildings every 2 weeks, you need to factor in those PTO visits, and that can have a big impact on the cost. We have a lot of projects on a consistent basis where renovations come in and those escrows are ultimately proved to be too low because the PTOs really weren't factored in. So all of the things that I've talked about today are discussed in our design and construction standards and guidelines. I will highlight that we have a new energy conservation and sustainability guideline. As many of you may be aware, there has been an ongoing effort the past year plus initiated by the governor. And there has been a task force working on sustainability so that we can try to move our state to the goals that have been established for 2030 and 2050. You will also note that a new code is coming. And the new code, as I understand it now, will incorporate, they're going to skip the 2018 energy code and go straight to the 2021. That's the latest I've heard from the Code Council. So be prepared for that. And look at those guidelines. They cover all the different types of projects that will come into for funding, all levels of rehab, gut rehab, and new. And what the requirements are for those. But we also have environmental guidelines. We also have construction cost guidelines and the general project planning and technical service review guidelines. So those were all updated for 2022, effective January 1st. So you can check those out on our website. And now I'm happy to report to you that there is a break coming up. Are there any questions for me? As for what funding sources may be available through CHFA besides SSHP, I really don't know. That's an underwriting question. I would say contact Debbie Alter or Michelle Onofrio. They seem to be the sort of managing portfolios now for underwriting. And I guess that was the only one for me. So if you have any
Thank you,
questions,
Chuck.
you can always send me an email or submit it through the submit it through the chat. And if DOH is so kind to let me know, I can respond.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chuck, for that presentation. And as scheduled, we will, if there are any questions that come in post this presentation, we will certainly pass them along for comment from your office. Next up, we were scheduled to have a break, and I'm happy to announce that we will in fact take that break. We'll take, instead of a 15-minute scheduled break, we will take a 10-minute break. So at this point, we will be back here at 11:48 to resume, with the first session being how to complete the application, the electronic application form this year. So thank you, and we'll see you back at 11:48. by Friday, April 8th, 2022. Your e-application form, which you will see later on, the application handbook, application exhibits, application exhibit checklist, the rating and ranking, and also there's an initial review spec sheet and the documents requiring wet signatures, right? On the application, some of you are familiar with this, but we've made some updates and changes to it. You will need to, what you need really to do this year is to indicate the name and of an email of the person responsible for submitting your grant. DOH will provide a link via SharePoint or share file for you to upload. All documents requiring wet signatures must be held and available upon request of your application to DOH. So if we request your wet signatures, then you would submit them to DOH. Okay. At this point, your general information page, this would include, again, this year would include the information section. If it is incomplete or inaccurate, the score will be negatively impacted. So take time to give us the real skinny. So for example, if on this form you indicate that your first selectman is Tom Boland and you provide Kathy Hoaxey's email and phone number or the town's general answer line, and we at DOH, in order to review your application, must conduct detective work, example, speak to several different people in your offices before getting to the elected official, your application will be negatively scored. I believe this year it is now a deduction in total of -5. We won't hunt you down to get money that you need. So take some time, and I don't know if you can see my cursor, but I'm hopeful that you can. If not, sorry about that. But you certainly just take some time to include the mailing address, the city, the zip code, the chief financial officer's information. Be sure to include the cage code information. Let's see what else is important on here. And basically, all the questions that we're asking that you fill, you want to take some time to do that. Be sure, as I mentioned, the chief financial officer, you want to make sure that your grant contact, if this person is different from the chief elected official, you want to make sure that that information is on here. I mentioned the DUNS number, cage code, SAM's expiration date, the sub-recipient information. In most cases here, that would be their housing authorities. You want to make sure that that information is clearly stated on the form, including the DUNS number and federal ID. Project name, very, very important. Give the address, street address of the project, and of course the requested amount. This year for public housing modernization, CDBG, it's up to $2 million. Please indicate the year built as well. Okay, next, we're going to skip over public services application. That will be geared towards, I believe it's geared towards COVID funds. But last on this page would be the grant consultant. You want to make sure that that information has been completed. Okay, so indicate the consultant, grant administrators, who you, if that person, I'm sorry, has been certified as a grant consultant, certified grant consultant. And this infamous, okay, here we go. Move on, next page. You'll start to see that the certified grant administrator, you need to indicate whether or not that person has been certified, whether or not they would achieve certification by the end of the year. Certification is a requirement. You must be certified by October of this year. this year in order to be in compliance with the 2022 application. If you do have a current 2019 or 2020 or even 2021 grant, and there's no CGA on your staff just yet, please make sure to attend the training that's going to be offered later this year between somewhere September, October. Dates are to be announced. All right, we are and have said goodbye to the times where municipalities are saying it's not us, we would just use as a pass-through. This is no longer the case. We're all in this partnership together. And so we request that you make sure that you have a certified grant administrator on staff. Okay. Next slide. Citizen participation. You want to make sure that you fill in the table, answer the questions, upload all items, make certain that the minutes contain information about your PI reuse, if applicable. Get the admin staff or this or a super detail-oriented person to accurately capture the discussions at your public hearing. So for example, if there is no information about the conversations, that we can identify that you did in fact disclose that there is program income and how it will be reused and its intent and so on. Again, this is a negative deduction, and in fact, citizen participation is a threshold item. So if you do not meet these requirements, your application will be thrown out. So keep that in mind. You want to make sure that the important things are highlighted in your minutes that you submit. Okay. Right here. So basically just follow along on your application, make sure that your dates and times for the public hearing information that they've been inserted. These boxes, these gray boxes, they are fillable. And so if you're asking for you to include some sort of narrative, please do so in each area of the form. Okay. Same here, if you see upload, make sure that you're uploading the document that corresponds to the exhibit. Next will be your national objective. Please make sure to select or check the appropriate box. Make sure that you select whether this is benefiting low mod income. Is it limited clientele, area benefit, or housing? Include census tract as needed or if applicable. Okay. Here is the census tract box information. Make sure that you fill this table appropriately, and be sure to include your percentages at the end of each section. Complete your beneficiary information. This is basically very straightforward. Include the number of Asians, American, Native Indians, Africans, Hispanics, whites, handicapped, elderly people, self-explanatory. Make sure you go through and indicate the people who you will be serving. This is the table that I was just mentioning here. Take time, fill this out, and to the bottom, where you have a total and percentages, make sure to right click and select the appropriate box that will complete the total for you. There's a formula in these total columns here, or I should say cells. Okay. Sections 1.1, project description. What do I do? How do I fill, for example, 1,000 words? DOH will deem this very important and necessary. What do you do, and how do you, if you have questions on that, basically you're looking, we have outlined for you in the handbook pretty much the details of what that 1,000 words should include. So make sure that your description of the actual physical activities or services that would be undertaken for your project. Is the project being completed in phases? If so, why? It's a list of questions, so make sure you follow those as you attempt to answer those that 1,000 word narrative. Very self-explanatory. Okay. 2.1 is your project need. Describe the need for the project proposed, and there's a limit of 500 words. Reach for the handbook again for the description and how to complete the 500-word narrative. Basically, you need to show and tell us your story with not just the words, but utilize very descriptive photos. So when you're thinking or designing your project, think end goal. What do you folks want to achieve? Is it energy efficiency? Do you want to utilize green energy? Do you want the materials used on this project to be used responsibly? How best can we reduce carbon footprint and utilizing alternative energy sources? What do your residents need to do to help them age in place? For small cities and state-sponsored housing portfolio blended projects this year seeking up to that $5 million, please indicate in this 500-word narrative how the additional funds will make it possible to sustain facilities on the project site for the next 20 to 25 years. Describe how your partnerships with the Green Bank, Eversource, and Sustainable Connecticut will be incorporated in this project. So be sure to detail that information in that 500 project need, that 500-word project need. All right. Tell us, again, you will identify if it's campus roofing, windows, or entry doors that you're looking for. Do you have, in your project need, you want to make sure you describe if you have bathrooms that look like this, if you have the old-fashioned tub installed, people with benches and so on that are trip hazards in bathrooms, things that are pulling off the walls. You want to take a look and go through and show us when you do this project need. You want to show that you do have things that need attention. Campuses with ineffective health and safety fixtures that look like this, for example. These things are dated, we need them out of there. Leaky windows, rotten siding, dangerous sloping sidewalks and walkways, okay. Cabinet drawers that no longer stay closed. And if you do have residents that are complaining about higher energy costs at this point, people that are using space heaters, you want to certainly think about applying and making sure that your application is one that is holistic by nature, okay? And that means top to bottom in terms of your application, what you're looking to fix, how you're looking to sustain yourselves for the next 20 to 25 years. Next on the application would be capacity. Make sure that you include the people on your team, how they are, how long they've been working in small cities in this industry so that they can in fact manage the application process and your grant over the performance period. This year, again, no thumb drives, as Miguel mentioned to you folks. We will be utilizing our sister agencies' ShareFile, SharePoint upload system. So we will not be using thumb drives, but uploading all of your files directly to that system, okay? Basically, the file naming convention, we are back to what we did last year. And again, it's all to ensure that we have an easier time scoring the application and you have an easier time putting it together for us. Now, really simple, the applications, each exhibit should be named with this naming convention. So for example, the actual application form should be named 000.0 SCAPP. Now, if you would like to include the town's 2-digit letters, for example, if you're coming from Wilton and it's Wilton or WI, or if it's Tallinn, you want to use TL or TO or whatever, that we understand that this is that application from that particular town. Do not attempt to rewrite the actual SCAPP. Do not write out small cities application after. We will know that SCAPP is the application. We'll know, for example, that GCA is the general corporate agreement. We will know that the adopted local resolution is GALR. You do not have to type it, otherwise it will clog our systems and we won't be able to open your document. So stick to the naming convention. It's really very straightforward. The second phase of this, there are about 8 general ones. You'll see them along the course of the application. There's the next grouping would be fair housing. That would be 00.1, and that would be FHO. And again, if you wanted to include the town, you can certainly do so. So it could be 001, Tallinn, for example, and then FHO. We'll know that it's the fair housing ordinance that's in this file. Again, for other the drug-free workplace, which will be 00.4 DFW. Likewise, project information, same thing. Not going to bore you with that convention, but as you can see, it's really very straightforward. Try to stick to the convention. Don't get creative, because then it really falls out of order on our system. So thank you for your cooperation with that. Section 4 would be the project feasibility and merit. Basically, this is where we assess your partnerships, your buying power, and your level of firm or conditional commitment at the time of application. We prefer to see firm commitments, so put some skin in the game. Our partners, again, this year, Eversource will work with the applicants to prepare firm commitment letters. Sustainable Connecticut, in collaboration with In Our Backyard, you'll hear a little bit more about that. And of course, the Green Bank you'll hear from today. You'll hear about their new initiatives and how they can help you bring your campuses, various campuses, into the 21st century. Okay. Technical compliance you heard from, you want to make sure that you upload all of your drawings and specs. That information is noted across the board between the application, the checklist, and the exhibits themselves. So make sure that you cross-reference them all and make sure you upload all of your drawings and specs and their respective documents required. Community impact narrative this year, be sure to tell us about the neighborhood in the map. Be sure to address all points listed in the handbook. Describe how the project will promote diversity and economic integration. Describe how this project will promote community members' ability to contribute to their own well-being and that of their families and community, for example, in housing only. That's 5.1B, that narrative. And then of course there's 5.2 where the community support letters are really very important. We are looking, we are not looking for letters from your respective town departments. We know that they already support your initiative. We know that they will support the project. They're obviously sponsoring it. But what we really want to see here in the community support letters are from neighboring organizations that you have worked with, and obviously see the need and support your actual project. So again, working with organizations like Sustainable Connecticut really, and a letter from them also states how important and shows how important you are working with the community at large. 5.3, resident participation. You want to make sure that you get out to the residents within your respective housing authorities to get some feedback, understand where they are, what would make their lives at the facilities pleasant, and one that they can in fact age in place. It's so important that you talk with them, you keep them as your partner, because if you don't have their buy-in, of course, they will not be cooperative when it's time to actually run these renovations in place. So, and then the last thing you want to hear is that, well, you didn't talk to us, and so we don't, we weren't part of the decision making, and so you giving us something that we actually don't need. So make sure that you have those conversations with the folks that are in fact part of your respective campuses. Please, let's see, fair housing, equal opportunity, section 6, make sure to include, if you're a new or past grantee, there's sections, part of fair housing that you would need to complete. Mike Santoro is up next, and he will share with you, the various parts of section 6 that needs to be completed if you're new or a past grantee. Oops. Section 7 to 9, fiscal and grants management, information, consistency with the state consolidated plan, and list 9.1 would be list any required yet relevant housing and community development training attended by municipal staff over the last couple of years. So make sure you include those things. The application and supporting documentation will be available by the end of the week on March 25th. For those of you who want to poke around, we have the old 2021 that's still online, but really the updated and 2022, why does this say 2021 here? I'm sorry. March 25th, 2022. It's going to be available on our website, and you can download the various pieces of the application. So again, Friday, March 25th, the application, all the components of it should be available on DOH's website. Some of you might remember this one. I get up and start to attempt to say what I'm going to leave you with, but quite honestly, before you upload your 2022 application, definitely grab or reach for your poison of choice. If it's a martini, a whiskey, rum, or tea maybe, or even a large bowl of ice cream, whatever your thing is. Have one or two, and just, really before you submit that application, because there's a lot to go through, and certainly we know what pains it takes to get them to us. So applaud yourself for the work done. On a serious note, really review the application, cross-check it against the handbook that's available. It's also going to be online, it'll be updated. Review and complete the exhibit checklist. If you have checked the upload box in the application, that means you have an exhibit, for example, 000.3 GCOC. Make sure that you've uploaded that document. Review the rating and ranking, see how you score, complete and scan all of your wet signatures and make sure that they are in blue ink. Do not mail these until we ask you to or when we ask you to, but please hold on to all the wet signatures that are required. Take a moment to congratulate all the folks around you that have done a great job pulling together your application. This is really feel-good work, so thank you for it. And I'd like to pass the baton at this point on to Michael Santoro, and he will fill you in on the fair housing element of the application process.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dominic. I don't know if you need me to put up my slideshow or if someone will be sharing it from your end. If not, I will throw mine up.
I think it should be coming up.
Okay.
Or you're welcome to put it up yourself.
If you give me the ability to share, which I don't have right now. Ah, I see it. There we go. All right. Thanks again, everybody. Here is the short version. Next screen, please. There are no, oh, I can change it. Thank you, apparently. Even better. Oh. There are no substantive changes from last year's application. So if you filed an application last year or even the year before, there are no substantive changes. Consistent with last year's application, you no longer need to submit either an affirmative fair housing marketing plan or a Section 3 plan at the time of application. If you are awarded, they'll be required prior to contracting. So you can hold off on completing those documents, save yourself a little time, effort, and energy. Please be sure to use the current exhibits that come with this year's applications. Previous versions of the exhibits will not be accepted. There are no substantive revisions to these exhibits other than that they have been updated for time and date reference. Okay, so the content is essentially the same. It's however we want you to use an updated form. It allows us to differentiate when we are reviewing year to year to year. Section 6.1 through 6.4 are for past grantees only. A past grantee is someone who has received a small cities grant in any one of the last 3 consecutive years, 2019, 2020, or 2021. Sections 6.5 through 6.10 are for new grantees only. And again, a new grantee is someone who has not received a small cities grant in any one of the last 3 years, 2019, 2020, or 2021. If you have an open grant from 2018 or earlier, you are still a new grantee, okay? That's it. Simple, straight up, clean, no other changes. If you have questions about Section 6, as you complete it, please email me, call my office. My office line is directly connected to my cell phone. So if you call, it will roll over, and if I'm available, I will answer the phone. If there are any questions now, I don't know if we're taking questions in between. I did see one in the chat, and I will respond to that very quickly. No, it depends on your municipal organization as to whether you need a fair housing ordinance or a fair housing resolution. It has not changed. If in the past you've completed a fair housing resolution, then that is sufficient. That's it for me.
Thank you, Michael. Just to let everyone know, we will be answering some questions that are in the chat. We have a time slot for that. It's parking lot 2, and that would happen before we end the presentation today. But as earlier mentioned, we have been working closely with partners around the state to bring you more resources to get you where you need to be for these blended projects and of course the public housing modernizations. And we are looking at applications for infrastructure in support of affordable housing this year as priorities. So The Green Bank is here with us today, and we have, there is, on your agenda, it says Peter Ludwig, but he's unable to be with us today. And so Catherine Duncan, also part of the Green Bank, their team and his area, is here to share with you some of those incentives and how we can, in fact, make these campuses around the state much more energy efficient with the programs that are out there and available, and particularly in the solar arena, battery charging facilities, or shouldn't say facilities, but opportunities to maintain power on campuses in the time of a catastrophic event. So without further ado, Catherine Duncan, she will present the Green Bank initiative. And I believe Catherine may need some help with advancing her slides. Thank you and welcome, Catherine.
Thank you, Dominic, and good afternoon, everyone. As Dominic said, I'm presenting on behalf of Peter, who was very sorry not to be able to be here today. I need to figure out, oh, okay, so you are advancing my slides for me, thank you. So my agenda, a little bit about the Green Bank, a little bit about the solar tariff program, and something about our solar financing options. And if you could advance that slide. I wonder if I can do it. Oh, I can do it. Okay. So for those of you who don't know us, the Connecticut Green Bank is a quasi-public agency of the state of Connecticut. And we're about confronting climate change by offering green solutions to property owners. We care about minimizing public dollars spent and attracting private capital for these green solutions. And we also care about maximizing environmental justice. The Green Bank has programs to address the needs of buildings at all levels, whether they be residential properties or commercial, municipal, state, and we have a special interest in addressing the needs of vulnerable communities. So many of you probably already know that there is a new tariff program in Connecticut. It replaces the ZREC program, and it's called the Non-Residential Renewable Energy Solutions, NRES is how people identify it. And the NRES, I mean, I'm not going to go deeply into this program. It's really a program that the utilities run. But what it does is it enables buildings with solar to have a 20-year revenue stream based on the production of that solar. For multifamily, especially multifamily affordable housing, the new rules for the tariff program are not fully identified. There's still some work to be done with PURA, and that's forthcoming. And one of the things that I know Peter wanted to encourage was that people on this call get involved with PURA in identifying those solutions for the multifamily, affordable housing arena. So multifamily properties can access the tariff rate, which is the residential tariff rate, which is higher than the commercial rate. There's no cap on the number of residential projects. There are, as I said, further guidance is needed from PURA about how the benefits will be shared with tenants and what exactly will be defined as affordable housing. There's also a potential adder to the tariff, so a higher tariff for buildings in distressed communities. Okay, so how you would install solar in an affordable, in a multifamily building. So there's primarily three ways that you would go about it. The first one is called a power purchase agreement, which you own the building, somebody else owns the solar on top of the building, and you, the building owner, buy that generated power from the third party who owns that array on your rooftop. The contract is between the seller, which is the person who owns the system, and as I said, the building is the buyer and purchase the electricity. And the benefits of a PPA, you pay nothing upfront. So if it's the green bank who's the seller, the green bank hires the contractor, bills out the system on your roof. You have a contract with the owner, if it's the green bank or anyone else, and you lock in a low rate to buy the electricity for the period of the contract, which would likely be all 20 years for that tariff, right? The tariff is now 20 years, used to be 15. You should have a positive cash flow with no operations or maintenance costs. You've preserved your capital and your credit lines for other purposes, and the system is managed by the third party owner. And this is the way, the ideal situation. You've locked in an escalating PPA cost that you would pay the generator of that energy on your roof, but you would expect your rates to rise at a higher pace, and you would be saving this amount of money. And that's sort of the ideal scenario for a PPA. Another option, and this is a newer option that we offer, is a roof lease. And in this instance, you, the building owner, have nothing to do with the electricity that's generated on your roof. You let someone build a system, the green bank or one of its affiliates, and the green bank or affiliate sells all the generation to the utility, and the utility gives all the tariff money to the system owner. And what the building owner gets is rental income. It's a lease arrangement. You have a lease with the green bank, we do all the work on the roof, and we take care of everything to do with the solar, and you just get income from us. I think they decided quarterly. I'm not sure if that's defined yet, but your contract would say how often the money comes to you. And that's a roof lease, as opposed to the PPA, where you have it on your roof, but you buy the electricity. So then oh, hang on. So there's a third option, and we don't have a slide for it. And it's called CPACE. And the difference with CPACE is the only time you'd want CPACE is if you have the ability to use the tax credits that come along with solar. So in a PPA or a roof lease, the owner of the system retains the tax credits. And if the building owner wants to retain the tax credits of solar, that building owner needs to own the solar. And if you want to own the solar and get those tax credits, then you need to use our financing tool that's called CPACE, where it's actually a debt situation. That must not be attractive to affordable housing owners. And I say that only because Peter didn't put a slide in. So, and if I'm wrong about that, you can always reach out to the Green Bank and we can talk you through CPACE in more detail. So the advantages for affordable housing owners: a third party manages the production and the revenue and the renewable energy credits. No payment obligation from the property owner. You don't have to pay you don't have to pay the system owner anything if it's a roof lease. You just have your regular relationship that you would have always had with your utility. You get the annual lease income. You don't have to have any credit assessment done for us to do this arrangement with you. It works for properties that have a limited operating history. the roof leases with the Green Bank, and oh, here's the note, if there are tax liability issues, CPACE may be an option. So those are the three key ways that you would finance solar for your building types. Now, the storage solutions it's a program, a new program, an incentive that is run by the Green Bank and in conjunction with utilities. And I am not going to speak to the details of the storage. We have a team at the bank who runs that and regularly hosts webinars, and there's many resources for information that will probably be more detailed and accurate than I'd be able to provide you with today. So, but what I want to say is, we want to encourage people to install solar and combine it with storage, and in particular for multifamily housing and low-income housing, affordable housing, I should say. The Green Bank has, hang on a sec. The Green Bank has set up a partnership with the Clean Energy Group, and the two groups together, the Green Bank and the Clean Energy Group, are offering project-specific technical assistance grants for what we call pre-development feasibility studies for solar plus storage. Right, so it's the two together. And we have a webinar on the 29th of March, and you can register for that and get more information about how to apply for that grant. If you can't attend that webinar, you would want to register anyway, so you'll get the follow-up information. There's not a link to that webinar in these slides, but I'm sure I can give it to Dominic and he can get it out to the group. Okay, so again, back to the information where Pura has some decisions to make still about the affordable housing regulations. And Rudy Stark works at the Green Bank and heads up the multifamily network. And he recommends emailing him if you want to stay engaged, stay up to date on what's going on with Pura, how you can help, how you can get involved, that kind of thing. So that's Rudy's email. You can reach him there. And that's all I've got for you. So thank you. And back to you, Dominic.
Thank you, Catherine, for that presentation on Green Bank incentives this year, new ones. And we're just going to move this along. We have a longtime friend of the Small Cities Program and longtime friend of the Department of Housing and CHFA, Enoch Lynch from Eversource, and he's going to share with you some of the new exciting programs that Eversource has rolled out. One in particular you'll hear about too is the new EV charging stations that are going to be available to your respective campuses across the state. Enoch, welcome and thank you.
Great, thanks, Dominic. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right, great. Let's see. So in order to advance the slides, oh, okay, great. I was able to do that. Okay, awesome. All right, well, thank you everybody for letting me take a little bit of time. My name is Enoch Lynch. I'm a supervisor at Eversource. A lot of you I've worked with before, and for anybody I haven't, I look forward to working with you on your projects. So as Dominic mentioned, we've had a process in place for a while in regards to supporting applications with funding from the energy efficiency programs. And I'm also going to talk a little bit about a new program that we just rolled out this year for electric vehicle charging stations that is available to projects that have an interest or that see a future for that at their property. So I'm going to talk about energy efficiency programs and incentives and the new electric vehicle charging station program. So just to kind of put some context to how to think about improvements at a property, we always like to think about energy efficiency first, because that's a way to assess where the building or property can reduce its energy load and consumption before thinking about things like renewables or EV charging. Kind of how can we improve the building load, whether it's the envelope of the building or the electrical load through lighting or HVAC or through other types of load like appliances that would contribute to that. And then once we do energy efficiency, how do we monitor those systems to make sure that they're operating properly, whether it's through controls on HVAC at the system, meaning like variable speed pumps or things like thermostats that you can control remotely, or a building management system, things like that. And then once you've kind of determined, okay, there's things that we've done to make the property more efficient, how do we look at our load and potentially build in renewable energy sources like solar, like we were just talking about on the last presentation, that can offset that load. And then as the demand ramps up from a transportation perspective, meaning from residents, or if you happen to have like a small fleet as part of your company or organization, whether you're a housing authority or private owner, and you happen to have either a maintenance fleet of a small amount, you might be considering converting that over to electric vehicles in the future. How can we help from that perspective? So this is just a perspective of how to think about your property and clean energy going forward. So the specific program that we have at Eversource and also at United Illuminating, I'm presenting on behalf of both of the companies. So if you have a property that's in United Illuminating territory, these programs are available to both, is a multifamily initiative that is for existing multifamily properties. We also have a new construction program as well. But for existing multifamily properties of 5 units or more, whether it's an apartment complex or multiple buildings or townhouses or condominiums, we provide incentives to offset the cost of energy improvements. And the more that is built into a project, meaning the more energy improvements, the incentives escalate and get more comprehensive in nature as you leverage one measure, one upgrade to another. A couple other things to note is that we do have a definition of income eligibility. And so for this specific program, it's that 2/3 of the residents be at 60% of the state median income or less. If it doesn't meet that criteria, then it would be considered market rate for our program. Both have very good and lucrative incentives, just a little bit different for both. And I'll highlight what those incentives are. So some of the types of upgrades that you might be thinking of in your property. Let's just focus for the moment on the middle and right side. These are just examples. It doesn't cover everything. We do look at other things as well, but for the most part, if you're in your application looking at doing new lighting fixtures, either in apartments or in common areas or exterior, or you're looking at improving insulation in an attic or in walls, upgrading heating and cooling systems. There's a lot of buzz and kind of momentum towards certain types of properties that either maybe are electric heat or are oil or propane converting to heat pumps. And the technology is definitely advanced in a way that can produce the proper amount of heat to do so. And so that's definitely a very good option that we have very strong funding for. water heating upgrades, windows. There's very significant incentives for windows over the years. We've impacted a lot of projects in a very positive way to upgrade from what they were considering as an initial project of a new double pane window to consider building in a triple pane window into the scope, where our incentives were able to offset the cost. And then appliances, if you're looking at upgrading appliances and units and controls like we talked about, where you might be putting in new thermostats or controls on large boilers or other types of HVAC systems. On the right-hand side is, I'm not going to talk about those in detail just because of the limited time, just some more detailed upgrades. And on the left-hand side is a group of measures that we do at no cost, where we cover up to 100% of the cost for this set of work. Sometimes it's referred to as weatherization or direct install measures. And so if you have a property that's interested in doing this now, this is something that we can work with you on, provide you a list of contractors that can do that work. But this is the direct install measures are really something you would probably do outside of your application for this funding source. But for the funding source in your application, if you're looking at doing any of these types of measures that are listed in green, there's like what's called a standard path. What we work with property owners and property managers every day. And then there's the kind of process that we've set up with CHFA and DOH for competitive funding rounds like this CDBG process. So just to mention the standard path, again, like if you don't receive funding for this application, or you want to look at another property that you just want to do a targeted energy efficiency project at, we can work with you on that, and you can receive incentives for doing any of those upgrades to your property. In regards to the path that we've set up with for this type of funding source with DOH, is that if you're doing a renovation or a new construction project, we've created a process that we rolled out years ago in 2016. And this is how the process works, is that at the point that you're planning a project and your project team is kind of mapping out what the upgrades are, and whether you're doing design drawings or you're just getting scopes of work, once you have the scope of work defined, your project team would fill out appropriate documents that we have, which is an Excel spreadsheet and a simple application to submit with any additional details, whether again, like it's drawings or scope of work that define what the energy upgrades are. You would submit that before your, at least 30 days before your application is due. That's the ideal. We've made some exceptions, but definitely would like to see that before 30 days before your application is due, so that gives us adequate time to review it. And we would review that submission. And if there's eligible upgrades for incentives, we would write something called a letter of participation. So that's that second line under the utility review. And what the letter of participation is you would submit that with your application to DOH. And it's a soft commitment of incentives saying, if the project is funded, this is the incentives that we would be able to provide to the project to come back to us, and we will write a hard commitment of incentives. So if your project is funded and selected, that third line, you would come back to us for us to write a letter of agreement, which is what we consider a hard commitment of incentives. And so at that point, the dollars would be earmarked for those energy upgrades, and you could include it as a source of funding for your project. You can complete your project, and then we would, in some cases, do a post-inspection of the upgrades and provide a check to the property or to the project for those upgrades. upgrades related to energy efficiency. So these are our kind of incentive caps. Not all projects or energy upgrades get to these incentive cap amounts, but this is potentially what we could pay up to. So on the right, on the top, I'm sorry, on the right-hand side of the I realized that there's a mistake here as I'm speaking to this, so I'll update this before it gets sent out. But essentially, income eligible projects are supposed to list at 75%, up to 75% of the cost for standard, for like a standard project, which would be like one energy upgrade. And for if there's multiple energy upgrades built into it, we could potentially pay up to 90% of the cost. So the 65 and the 75 are switched essentially. So they're supposed to be flip-flopped. And for market rate, we can pay up to 50% of the cost for one upgrade and up to 75 or up to 65% of the cost for a comprehensive project. So just to kind of show how a project in the past that has been a previous funded project through a CHFA round of, I believe this was an SSHP project back years ago. They had a lot of energy upgrades built in, lighting, HVAC, and they ended up actually doing insulation later on. That wasn't part of this initial project, but as you can see, lots of comprehensive upgrades, and it's cut off at the bottom of my screen, so I can't see exactly what the incentives are for some reason, but we were able to provide a very large incentive in relation to the overall cost, so it was able to very much impact the project in a significant way. And so this is the email address from an Eversource perspective that you would send your application to for submission to for your round of funding, and we would review the submission and put together a letter of participation for you. Next, I'm just going to briefly highlight the new Connecticut electric vehicle charging program. So as you'll see throughout this, there's incentives to offset the cost of charging stations. I think that in a lot of our housing projects that we're involved in now, I think that it's maybe still seems early on, and that there's kind of maybe not a significant amount of residents that necessarily own EVs. But if we were thinking about the future and how the industry is changing for vehicles, you know, you watch something like the Super Bowl and see that every vehicle manufacturer had a commercial with an electric vehicle, and you can kind of read the articles and the writing on the wall about how the industry is changing. I think that it would be very wise to think about as you're doing upgrades that impact either where parking is, maybe if you're doing, you know, repaving a sidewalk or a parking lot, or you're redoing certain types of work that would impact running electrical to those areas, it would be really important to think about building that in now so that you wouldn't have to disturb those areas again. So that would be my word of advice, is that although the demand might be low now, it might be really important to build that in, and the incentives can offset a chunk of that. So actually just one thing, I'll just go back here. So this is I mentioned before, I believe at the beginning, that this is a 9-year program. And so it's very comprehensive in the sense that it incorporates a lot of different types of customers, and it's a joint collaborative program that's offered by Eversource and United Illuminating, and was very much involved by Pura in the design. And so it's broken out into 3-year chunks in regards to goals. So there's different program areas for single family homes, multifamily, public destination. So like, you know, town parking lots or garages or retail, locations, gas stations. Workplace would be, not available to the public, but at like private organizations that want to put charging stations in, either for employees or for their fleets. And DC fast, DCFC stands for DC fast charging. And so just to kind of put in perspective what L2 next to each of these program areas are and DCFC, this is just a diagram that shows what the different types of charging are. So most electric vehicles come with just a standard level 1 charger, and that just plugs into a regular outlet, like standard electrical outlet. But a lot of EV owners now and in commercial areas have level 2 chargers. And so these require a electrical plug or infrastructure that is different than a standard electrical outlet. So a 240 volt outlet is typically what you would see for like a electric dryer or electric stove. And the reason why someone would install a level 2 charger is the charge time is quicker. And it allows for capabilities that are networked or smart capabilities of seeing your data and sharing it in a way that can be useful to you as a driver. And then the last type of charging is DC fast chargers, which require a much larger electrical draw and upgrade, and and typically can charge in 20 to 30 minutes. So a very fast charge, but not all vehicles accept DC fast chargers. So just going back real quick, when we say ports, these port goals here, what we mean is that the port is essentially the charger you hold in your hand to plug into the vehicle. So if you had a pedestal that had 2 charging ports that came off of it, it would be 2 ports that come off of 1 charging station. So next, I just wanted to highlight the incentives real quick. So for level 2 chargers, we can cover up to $20,000 for a minimum for installing at least 2 ports at a multifamily location for what's considered a baseline type of location. And for underserved, which is that text in blue is an actual link to a website that shows this map. So there's certain towns and cities that the whole town and city is considered underserved, and then certain census tracts that are within towns and cities that are considered underserved. And if your property is in that, you would qualify for these higher incentives. So just to describe what the $20,000 and the $40,000 covers, these are a couple examples of what it might cover in regards to the cost. So if you look at the 2 middle categories, there's the charger cost and the installation cost. And so the rebates can offset the cost of both the chargers themselves and the installation cost. So in the example of this property here that has 100 units, that's a multifamily property, they decided to put in 8 ports. So 4 sites means that they had 4 different locations around the property that they put in charging stations. And the total project cost was $80,000, the total rebate was $60,000. So this is just some examples of how the rebates could play out. And lastly, I just wanted to show is how the project process works. So you would plan a project, meaning get a proposal for a scope of work. You would apply to the program. There's some links that are provided in a moment where you'll see the application. We would provide you an incentive reservation letter. So this process, one thing to confirm, is separate and outside of the multifamily initiative that I mentioned before. This is a rebate application process that's defined specifically for this EV charging program. So after you apply, you would receive incentive reservation letter. You could complete the installation and then submit your invoice payment request form. Sometimes we do an inspection, and then we would process and send you a rebate. These are the links to each of the company's websites. I appreciate everybody. I probably went over time. That was a lot to cover, and I appreciate everybody listening.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Whoops. As usual, very informative, and I'm sure we'll be getting some inquiries on that incentive to come. We are also hopeful that our processes in place, or process in place, would be one that can get these applications a better score in terms of firm commitment. So I know that we're feverishly working on coming up with that strategy that would allow for better scoring application with the firm commitment letter. So not sure how at what point. I think with applications that are coming to us with more design, more closer to completion in terms of design phases, that the incentive can be one closer to a firm commitment as opposed to a soft commitment. So I know that those are still in handle and in talks, and we will be sure to follow up with that in the next coming weeks. Next up would be our last presentation for the day, and it is from our newest partner on board. Not that they're new this year, but newest in terms of just joining us from the Sustainable Connecticut. We have with us today Joseph Dickinson, and he will share with us some more about Sustainable Connecticut and how we can get our various projects involved with our communities that are surrounding, and of course, landing that matching fund from this organization. Joe, it's all you.
Hi, everyone. Just making sure everyone can see me successfully on the screen here. You can give me a thumbs up, Dominic, if you can see me. I have no idea.
Thumbs up.
Okay, great. Perfect. So hi, folks. My name is Joseph Dickerson. I am the Community Partnership Manager with Sustainable CT. We are a statewide, based in Connecticut, statewide organization that funds community development and environmental sustainability and neighborhood quality of life projects. We're a little bit different in the sense that we have a specific focus on increasing community and public engagement, really creating the environment around neighborhoods that we think make places great places to live. And we focus on really supporting grassroots project leaders and nonprofit organizations in taking some risks, perhaps, around concepts and ideas that they see as being valuable in the neighborhood, but maybe don't necessarily fit the traditional funding structure for a foundation. I've got a couple of examples throughout this presentation that I will share. And the best way to contact me for any questions or future feedback or input is to drop me an email at thefunding@sustainableCT.org. That drops directly into my email and gets to me, and I usually respond with an opportunity to set up a meeting. So let's just jump right in. And so over the past 2 years, we started in late 2019 with the Community Match Fund. Sustainable CT is sort of split up into two sections. We have one section of the organization that is built around municipal certification. So cities and municipalities are eligible to apply for points to around particular sustainability goals. So again, thinking about environmental sustainability and neighborhood quality of life. And we hold that the things that the towns, that municipalities do to be registered and to attain bronze, silver, and soon to be gold status with sustainable CT are the things that also match up really well with a valuable and sustainable community where people want to live. And the Community Match Fund it matches up with those goals. To date, we have raised, actually this data is a little bit behind. We've funded about $2.4 million worth of projects. We've supported over 206 projects in getting up and running. And we have close to 10,000 patrons or donors to different projects all around the state of Connecticut. I'll show you some of where those donors have come from over the past. But we're split as a 50-50 fund. And so we'll kind of go into a little bit more detail on that as we go through the slides. So one of the things that I like to highlight is that about 76% of towns across the state of Connecticut are participating. So to be eligible for a community match fund grant, the project does have to be in a registered, sustainable CT registered town. Becoming a sustainable CT registered town is fairly easy. It's simply passing a resolution and completing some equity tools, which are actually really valuable principles around inclusion and representation at the table of town and municipal government. So up to date, about 60% of the Connecticut population lives in a town that is registered. So there's a pretty broad access to registration. And if you look at the map, anything that is colored in is a registered town. And there are about 2,500 sustainability actions that towns have implemented all across the state of Connecticut. So as I was saying, we've hosted about 206, a little over 200 community-led projects all across the state. These projects really encompass a broad, diverse set of different community focuses. Like they focus on different categories. So you have arts, clean energy, education, compost and waste diversion, celebrations of diversity. So things that would be murals that we have several Martin Luther King murals. We have some murals that focus on really famous and powerful women from across history. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Michelle Obama, Oprah, etc. Education, so arts education, it could be environmental education. Down in New Haven, there is a group, New Haven Leon, that focuses on providing environmental education for youth and also empowering youth around becoming advocates for environment and clean energy in their town. Food systems, so that could be anything from community giving gardens to food system programs where folks focus on creating a broader network of food distribution. So, in Bridgeport, there is a community composting program. They actually support youth in learning about how to be entrepreneurs, but also they bring in, they do all of their gardening with composted soil. So it's a very 360-degree from growth to planting to youth empowerment and education type of program. And these are all programs that community leaders, project leaders, the folks that designed, thought of as a way, as something that would make an impact, a positive impact in their neighborhood, in their community, with the people that they know and that they're closest to. And so our fund helps support these types of programs. And we'll talk a little bit more about how we really like to quote a few terms with fast, easy, and flexible funding. So as I was saying earlier, we have about 10,000 donors. Those donors come from all over the world. Most of them are clustered and concentrated in Connecticut, as is appropriate. But we like to just show that there are people that care about the projects that are really located all over the place. And really, these are people that you know, that are in your community. They're folks that are on your email list. One of the great things about participating in the Community Match Fund is that when you send out an appeal letter or an appeal email or make a phone call, is that you're able to say, dear donor, not only will your contribution make an impact, but it's also being matched 100% by Sustainable CT. And we have some provisions around that, but you say, we're being matched 100%. And there really aren't any investments these days that you can make 100% return on your money immediately as soon as you make an investment in your community. And so we really think it's a way to incentivize and amplify the work that people are doing in their communities. And we also go out of our way to provide some support around getting the word out. So we have a communications team that will share your projects and push your projects out to more donors and to media as well, because we think that we want every project that joins the Community Match Fund to ultimately be successful. So like I was saying, fast, flexible, and easy funding. We do not have, we have a rolling program. So the application, there's no application deadlines. We don't have a formal standardized proposal. We don't ask you to fill out, a 15 or 5-page proposal. Everything starts with a phone call with me where we talk about your project, talk about what you're looking to do. And so I spend the majority of my week getting to talk with people about what they're passionate about and figuring out how do we get to a yes. My goal is very much how do we figure out a way to get your project funded and get you into the CMF program and help make you successful. We don't hold the funds until you've implemented the project. As soon as the project has reached its fundraising goal, you can take those funds out. You don't need a fiduciary sponsor. And so we're a very, very flexible funding mechanism for community groups that are looking at doing good that match up with Sustainable CT's priorities. So as I was saying earlier, the Sustainable CT Community Match Fund is a one-to-one grant matching program. So 50% will come from funds that you have raised from individuals and individual contributions, and 50% will come from Sustainable CT. We match, we have programs that run up to $15,000 for the total budget, which means $7,500 from Sustainable CT and $7,500 from donors. Those are broadly in the categories of environmental sustainability and, like I was saying, neighborhood quality of life. There's a general category as well, so we have a lot of flexibility around what ultimately gets funded. For energy efficiency and renewable energy projects, which may be the closest match in some cases for the folks that are participating in this CDBG housing conference, thinking about energy campaigns, insulation for public housing buildings, solar panels, heat pumps, things of that nature could fall within that category. And that actually, we've increased the amount that's eligible within the match fund to $30,000 for a budget, which means $15,000 from Sustainable CT and $15,000 from donors. And so we focus those. However, we really think that energy and energy efficiency projects are a big deal. We also recognize that they're a little bit more expensive, but we're able to provide some additional support around those types of projects as long as it's for a public housing facility. We don't fund anything that's privately owned, but we will work with towns and municipalities or community organizers at public housing facilities to increase their energy efficiency and renewable energy availability. So again, fast, flexible funding. We provide promotional and marketing support from within our team. And then we also provide you with a campaign coach. That is a person who is our crowdfunding partner is Patronicity, which is a crowdfunding website similar to Indiegogo or Kickstarter, if you're familiar with those organizations, or GoFundMe is another example. But this campaign coach is someone who sees crowdfunding campaigns all day, every day, and will help coach you to success and, ultimately building your page and turning some of the fundraising language around to make it specific to a crowdfunding campaign, and also to make sure that it sizzles in a way that intrigues people to give. So again, we really see this as being with the 50-50 match. It's really a way to incentivize donors to give and to really encourage folks to participate, and it raises the profile of the project that you're searching for, and really encourages people to consider giving. So what's eligible? So like I mentioned, the project is located in a Sustainable CT registered town, that it aligns with Sustainable TT's actions. If you, when this gets distributed, you can click on that link and you can go look at all of the registered towns, all of the actions that we have. You don't have to worry about specifically matching up your work with an action. All you need to do is send me an email and I'll talk you through and figure out where it fits and whether it's something that that works. It does need to be a public benefit and is inclusive of the community. So it needs to be a project that is free and freely accessible to the public. So, if you want to, put a heat pump in your own private home, for example, that's not a project that we'll support. But if you were putting a heat pump in, like we were saying, into a school or a nonprofit building that was fully available to the public, that was owned by a public entity, then that would be something that would potentially be feasible. And that you achieve a certain number of crowdfunding donors. So if your goal is $15,000, that would mean you were raising $7,500 from donors, $7,500 from Sustainable CT. You would take that $7,500 goal and you would divide that by 100. And that would mean that you would need to have a minimum of 75 individual donors to your campaign. And we have a broad availability or a broad eligibility of different types of projects. So you can see the whole world of things that are there. We have a very specific eligibility document that I will also send along with this presentation that really goes into all the nitty gritty, but that goes into all the details. But for this, I just really like to tell people, think about the things that you care about in your community and what you think would make a difference. And there's a good chance that we can find a way to get you into the Community Match Fund. So this is an example. This was in Canaan or Falls Village in the upper, northwest corner of Connecticut. And this was to drill a well. It was something that they saw as being important for the first affordable housing rental development in Falls Village, which is a really, really small town. But it was an element of the project overall that didn't fit within the specific budget of the developer. And so it was a specific project that we could provide some additional support and help get that the well drilled successfully. So that's another way that people can think about being creative about what are the things that maybe don't fit in the developer's budget or in the city's budget, but would be important for the residents of, for example, in this case, an affordable housing development. Here's how to contact me, funding at sustainablecT.org. That's the best way. As long as we have funds in the community match fund, we're always getting re-up, but we don't have a deadline. And as long as there's money, we will accept projects. As we said, there's different eligibility, but all of that starts with a conversation. And if you'd like to just see more projects or get a sense of what does a campaign page look like, or what are some of the projects that people have done in the past, you can look at the couple of links that I have down there, sustainablecT.org/funding. That'll take you to our page that specifically talks about the community match fund. And then the patronicity.com/sustainablecT takes you to our crowdfunding partner page. And you can scroll through a lot of different projects and also find out more specific information about how to set up a crowdfunding page on Patronicity. So with that, thank you very much. And yeah, drop me an email and I'll look forward to connecting with folks from this community very soon.
Thank you very much, Joe. That was always very, very informative, and it always is an exciting treat, really, to learn how projects can, in fact, be assimilated, as part of the community, and how to get real involvement. I don't want to go on here. I know that folks have stayed on beyond 1 p.m., which we committed to, and I apologize that we ran over. We're just over by 15 at this point. But I wanted to take the time again to thank all the presenters today, and for everyone who joined us at this point and stuck with us to the very end. Some of you came back. Thank you for doing that. But your attendance will be duly noted, and particularly if there is an application from your community later this year. We'd like to thank the team at LIST, that's the Local Initiative Support Corporation. That would be Irene and Casey for holding down the fort behind the scenes. For us as well, our team, we have our commissioner, our director, Miguel Rivera, our partners at Chaffer, the Green Banks, the State of Mill, Connecticut, and Eversource. Our team too at DOH, Jerome, Lilier, Michelle, JC, John. Of course, we have Jacqueline, we have Yolanda and Yvette, who has been manning the back end of the presenters room today for us. So we have a lot of people to thank, and a lot of people to thank for actually being with us. I know that there are some questions here now in the chat, and because we are out of time, what we will do, I think there are a few of them, but what we certainly will do is we will get them printed and released to everyone, all the attendees here at this meeting. But without further ado, I'd like to thank everyone for being here, for sticking it out with us for the period. And thanks again. And I hope to see your applications within the next few weeks. And of course, the first phase of this would be the intent to apply. So please, once you determine whether or not you're going to apply, let us know. It is not the end all, but it's a good gauge as to what kind of projects are coming in. Again, keep in mind, it's we're looking favorably at the crossover theme in terms of public housing modernization, and particularly if you're part of the SSHP portfolio, your eligibility, or in terms of funds eligible, it's now up to $5 million. So please take advantage. If you're not ready for this year, then certainly start paving the way for next year. It is not too early to plan for 2023 round. Get involved with our development engagement process, and that is our gateway to getting you to the right programs, fitting your particular project to the right program within the Department of Housing. So between us and CHFA, we have a lot that we can put you in touch with to get you sustainable for at least 20 to 25 years. So again, thank you for your time and for spending your Tuesday morning, now afternoon with us. And we look forward to receiving the many applications, the great applications that are anticipated. And we just want to make a better place for your residents, for your communities. We want that, and I'm sure you want that too. So really think about the projects and its holistic nature when you come up with them. So we hope we gave you enough information, and if we haven't, feel free to drop the questions in the chat. We'll still accept questions there. And of course, you have our emails at the Department of Housing. It's our first name, last name, at ct.gov. We'll be happy to respond. You can also do the info at CDBG email. We will certainly respond there as well. Again, thank you all for your time, and we look forward to receiving your applications. Have a great day.
Thanks a lot, Dominic.
Thank you. I think we still have one person